Hello everybody, my name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun. But we're not going to write a game today. Instead, we're going to go over a few of them. Hello, Draco. We're going to go over a few games today. Now, you fool, you're muted. Am I? I don't think I am. No, I should be fine. See, I always get tested. Thou dingus, thou fool. See, I always get worried, but now since I'm technically muted for ethical, I can say he's a big dummy. See? And that's how it works. Boom. Boom. Big thinking time. But seriously, am I coming through? Are we Gucci? Are we good? God, I hope so. Ethical gaslighting me right in the morning. Jesus. Yeah, no, sorry for the later stream than I originally planned. I woke up this morning and felt like I got hit by a fucking train. It wasn't fun, it wasn't exciting, it was just, man, I am in perpetual agony. It was just an unfun experience this morning, so I've kind of recovered a little bit, I'm ready to go. And you may be wondering, what is this stream? What's the divinity of the grind? Well, I receive press copies every now and again. Now you may be wondering, what is a press copy? A press copy is a game that I didn't buy. Wink. And because of that, they sent it to me for me to review. They want me to review a game. They are actually believing that I am a professional streamer and a professional reviewer, and I know what I'm doing. Little do they know, I am in fact just a belligerent psychopath. Just a belligerent psychopath with absolutely no regard for my own safety or others. Now, to give you all the idea of this, this was the latest one I got. Hello, Chelsea. Chelsea, so exciting. Thank you. Can't wait to see your review. Here's your PDF copy. She just sent me a PDF copy of the game. I've received a few of these over time. Technically, this was only going to be two of these videos, two of these games today. But something came up, something interesting came up, so I decided to do another one as a small one, and I'm gonna start with that very small one first. So everybody, hopefully you're all ready. I am making it. I am a professional. Godspeed and good luck. Now, the first game we're going to be going over today, if I bring this up, bring you up. I got here late. You are 6 minutes late. Do not worry, Archer. The first game we're going to be going over today is actually one that's a little bit interesting to talk about. This is Brains and Brawn, a super simple tabletop role-playing system by Fighter Guy Studios. I was talking about this the other night, actually. Now, I was talking about this one, and I don't know what's happening because I just missed the explanation. I receive press copies. Companies and people send me actual press copies because they think that I'm a real human being. And we're just doing the press copy games. Now, Fighter Guy Studios is a little bit interesting. It's this guy. If we go here, this is the itch.io page. Now, but there's a very distinct reason why I decided that I want to talk about him. You go here, here's Fighter Guy Studios. What do you think he created with undiagnosed ADHD, OCD, and prosopagnosia? What the fuck is that? A neurological disorder characterized by the inability to recognize faces. Undiagnosed ADHD, OCD. This guy, God help us all. Yeah, here's Fighter Guy Studios. So, interestingly enough, if we scroll down here a little bit, where is it? Where are you? Where is your? Let me right here. Nope, that's not it either. Right here. Well, that's it. I'm out of the publishing business. After a year of beating my head into a wall, I'm giving up. I'm done. I quit. The Brains and Brawn SSTTRPS was created because I needed something, damn it, could bring easily pick up and play. And seeing so many people with the same challenge I faced, I thought I would someone others would like to use as well. It failed. He could. I don't have the spoons. When everyone is doing it envious because it always feels like I'm losing. I'm just tired of disappointment. This isn't a hobby. It's supposed to be fun. So write work on these. If they upload itch, then great, but I won't be advertising them. Because he's been... where was it? He's been like... He's paid for advertising and all these things. So I'm like, you know what? I gotta learn about this guy. I gotta know more. So if I go over here... and I'm overwhelmed as much as everyone. It's a bit overwhelming. Thank you. I'm not done creating. Oh, Buckhead was released. I've basically now written 2 monster card books. I'm done. That was 22 books ago. I have to write. Do leatherwork. Cook. I have to create. Pushing Brains and Brawn. I work on Roads and Rust yesterday because that's what I could do. Draw another monster. I've got plans. Yeah, so effectively what this guy did was, did what I can only really, ascertain to be a big brain move. Which he said, hey everybody, I'm out. I am out of the business, everybody. I'm no longer publishing, I'm no longer advertising. I've never seen this guy's game before, by the way. Not a single time have I seen this game before. So I got interested in it. I'm like, what's the hype? What's the big thing? What is this guy promoting? Because apparently, people have... it's one of those things, like, he's effectively gone off. He got a lot of support for it, relatively speaking, and a lot of people probably bought his other games because they're about $3. But yeah, this is Brain and Brawn. Like, this is his game. You can see it right here. It's free. He has a bunch of expansions, though. He's got Valiants and Villains, Horrors and Heretics, Laws and Legends, which is the collaborative roleplay version for these are Canadian dollars, by the way. So pretty much when you see all this, it's about $3.75 USD, to give you everybody kind of a Sticks and Stones, Lawmen and Lariats, Roamers and Revenants. This one's free, interestingly enough. I find this a little bit interesting, because I have to believe that this is the one that we... or have to base everything else off of. $3.75, all these things. Oh, it's so sad that I've never seen this guy before. Yeah, this is Fighter Guy. He's got a website, and you kind of see over here, he's got all his social media, he's got all his shopping centers. Well, let's take a look. Fighter Guy Studios. Oh wait, that's $5, isn't it? Yes, this is all $5. Oh, what's this? What's this over here, everybody? Oh no! It's 4 fucking pages. But here's a secret, everybody. This is a very important secret. It's not 4 pages. So this is, like, oh, Haunting and Hoaxes, my dear derpy head, because he does all the art himself. Because that's what he likes to do, because that's his thing, is that he does the art. It's Fighter Guys. These are what he does. I don't know what you would call this artwork. I can really only call it, like, End Town without the charm. And I liked End Town. Cartoony? Would you call that cartoony artwork? What would you call this kind of artwork? I want to know. But he says leather work, because he does leather working. Logo design. Big Bite Games, Animal. He's a lot of logos. He's an artist. You kind of see Better Homes and Gardens of Real Estate. Crescent Height Pizza. Pumped Media Incorporated. Pumped. Let's get pumped. Magoo Grill. Yeah, Better Homes and Gardens Canada. He's done murals in looks like a elementary school. Like, all right, a little bit okay. Other. Look at all the other things that he's done. Ta-da! This is Fighter Guy Studios. This is how this... T-shirt. We can buy T-shirts from him, everybody. Wow! Look at all these T-shirts. monsters of artists, and clearly this guy is at least, I don't know what, this guy's at least competent enough to have a t-shirt area, to have, you know, a full website full of things. He has all these things. I mean, like, I'm curious what he actually meant by that, because, like, clearly he's doing better than a lot of people. Being perfectly frank here, everybody, doing better a lot. I mean, $5, $5 is a little much for 4 fucking pages. But hey, you know what? Maybe that's the point. Maybe Fighter Guy Studio here is not on the same, you know, level as we are. Maybe he's not thinking in the same way that we are. Perhaps he's a genius, and he's just this misaligned genius of a human being. Jankcore? I like, yeah, Jankcore. You should focus on that and publish his game, not think about it too much. Obsessing over numbers isn't going to do him any good. Yeah. Yeah. So, what is his game actually? Let's actually think about what's his game. What's the thing that he was so sad that people haven't downloaded? To give you an idea, when he says 4 pages, it's not 4 pages. This is the entirety of the GM section and what is a role-playing game. The final page, this is the character sheet, mind you. This is the character sheet. This is 4 pages. Welcome. Holding your hands, viewing on your screen the primary rules for Brains and Brawn, because you have to download this for any of the others to work. And now this is 8.5 by 11, mind you. This isn't like a gimmick sheet or something like that. No, this is a full piece of paper that you can print pretty easily. I'll give it that. This is a little bit aggressive when it comes to your printer, but hey, fuck your printer. Now, hold on. Friends, I've got participants. What else do I need? Just a 10-sided die. That's all you need. Well, multiple 10-sided die. You know, math rocks and players. What's next? The tale teller. The tale teller. Yeah, alright, so we know what an RPG is. We've learned what an RPG is, everybody. He's operating in the hieroglyphic mode. Now, you know, you are what you eat. Not really. Who is your character? Who is your character? Now, obviously, I need to bring in somebody so competent, so powerful, that it's impossible to really deny his swagger. Thus, I'm bringing in my my good friend Kenshi, or Shitashi. As you can see, I'm bringing him in, and I'm having to represent him in the most optimal way possible, as Idris Elba. Now, we are in Starfleet, actually. We may not be cool, but we definitely are in Starfleet. Now, this is a very important note that we are in Starfleet, because again, this is a generic system. This can do whatever you want it to do. That's the point. It's generic. Now, as you can kind of see this, you may be wondering, Notepad, what the fuck are you on about? What is this? Notepad, what is this? What is this? What is going on? There's got to be more to this, right? You know, this is not something you just... Isn't this lasers and feelings? Pick a number, almost any number. Choose your number between 3 and 8. Higher means you're better in brawn, the physical attributes such as strength or speed. Lower means you're better with your brains, intelligence, puzzle solving, and social stuff. Yes. In case you're wondering, yes. It is lasers and feelings. It's advanced lasers and feelings. That's the best way to think about it. Because they have the inclusion of this boons and banes system. Now, what is your character good at? Choose 3 skills. These are boons. Many banes as you want, but you get 2 more if you have it. What do they do though? What's the gimmick with the boons and banes? Well, very simply, you're going to be able to add dice. You know, pick your equipment. We go up here, rolling the dice. Oh no. Oh no. Whenever you do something that has a chance of failure. +1. +1 if you have a boon for it. And plus 1d10 if you're prepared for a maximum of 3d10. So, you done good. How bad is it? So, effectively, if you want to make a brains check, you need to roll over your number. And in the Brawn, you're going to roll under your number. So Kenshi, for example here, let's say Kenshi is in a space karate battle. This is very bad for him. He's in a space karate battle, but he's been ready for this since day one. He needs to roll a success under 4. So he's going to take his 3d10. He's going to go shaky, 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 and roll. We've got a 3. We succeed. We use our space karate and defeat our enemy. As you can kind of see here, okay, you've got it. It was pretty, and now it's a little more complicated, but you got the job done. Yeah, that's all you get. You got the boons, you got your banes. What do banes do? Banes don't really do anything. At least they don't say what banes do. That's the thing. They never state what banes do. I can only assume that they are similar to boons. They are pretty much the polar opposite of boons, otherwise known as if you have a bane, you lose a die. That would be my guess. No clue. He never mentions it. 1 die lands on your number for a test. It's not only a success, but it means you're on a roll. You get an additional d10 you can use on any test later. All right, easy enough. You kind of see on the character sheet here. You see here, that's where you're supposed to bank your die. Then you bank your die, and then you can use it again. It's nice. You can actually, if you print this out, you can probably put a d10 right on it. Cool. All right. We're gaming. Cool. Helping someone helps you out, they get to add a d10. Anytime there's a tie, same thing. Contested checks, same thing. Whoever gets the highest, effectively. Who goes first in initiative? 1d10, add your number. Highest goes first. Cool. That's it. Hey, multitasking. If you want to do 2 things at once. Yeah, you can. In combat, move and swing a chandelier, operate a device. You want to move 2 attacks? No problem. You just do 2 things. Move it. You can move 5 feet. Movement is incredibly well. Movement's in just situational, just kind of whatever you want it to be at the current time. Don't think about it too hard. That's not the point. Bringing the pain. Any weapon or attack you do is going to do whatever your success is. That's the entire idea. It's based entirely off your physical damage points. Here, this is equal to your number. You're 0, you're injured. You suck. Everything is hell. You're not having fun. Now, one of the big things is, if you get knocked unconscious, you're going to have to make a mind check. However, to stay upright, you're going to be making brawn checks. Got a little dichotomy there, simple as can be. It's time to wake up. You got to make a brains check to wake up. Rest and recovery. You're going to make... You're going to be recovering very slowly. If you roll their number, they recover 2. Oh no. NPCs are even kind of the same exact thing. You see big bad evil guys. Most of these characters don't need stats. But the nice old guy asks you to find his grandchildren. You might negotiate the price he's willing to pay to save his grandkids. You monster. Average person has got a 5 or 6. So, for example, an average person has a number 5. But a savvy shopkeeper has 2 boons in number 5. Patrol officer, number 6. But later on, like, the advanced enemies can just break this mold. So it's like, oh no, you have a 4-8 or you have a 5-7. That is the entire game. Congratulations. We've done it, everybody. Bane? You're a big guy. For you. Yeah, no, Banes are just, let's actually do a quick look. Bane, which will make character feel more real. You can have as many Banes as you want. Bane. No. Banes don't do anything, fun fact. They legitimately do not do anything. Nothing mechanical anyway. I'm assuming that's supposed to be, like, it's just a narrative thing to make you, like, feel more alive. But, doesn't do anything. That is the entirety of the game. Now, I want to be fair. This is the free expansion, Roamers and Revenants. If every other thing is similar to this, that's important. If every single one of his other games, or the other expansions, are similar to this in some capacity, then we can make a broad assessment of what the others are going to look like, correct? Each are 4 pages, so it's like, okay. Roamers and Revenants. It's zombies, so we got to learn what, the opening up with the zombies, there's quotes for everything. This is literally, yeah, let's see, the second page of the, second page of this document will give you more details on the rules with dealing with zombies. Third page will give you some adventure ideas, and the fourth page is critters and creatures. This is the second page. Pretty much with zombies, they add the concept of armor and getting surrounded by zombies. That's really it. They're going to roll more dice against you, and they might hit you harder to hurt you. And oh no, if you're... Oh no, I'm a zombie and you've been bit. Here's a bunch of little things to worry about, but not really. Now we're here in the zombie apocalypse, ability. And then here's the end. There's 4 zombies. There are 6 zombies. 6 whole zombies. And here's the character sheet again. What do I mean by like, oh. During each round of combat, for each hour while resting, make a Brawn test. Failure means you've lost 1 PD as the virus begins to ravage your system. When you reach 0, you pass out and become a zombie. Oh no! Yep, that's the entirety of the expansions. Remember, $375 minimum for this. Because again, you gotta think about it like you can't be thinking about this as a smaller thing, if that makes sense. No, if you go over here, Starships and Settlers, this is 16 pages, mind you. This is 16 pages at $4.99. This is $5. 16 pages. Using that exact same thing. 7th expansion. Out of it, Lawmen and Lariats. 4 pages. $4.99. You still need Sticks and Stones. 4 pages. $4.99. Villains and Valiants. $5. Horrors and Heretics, $5, 4 pages. Now, if you went under the idea of like, hey, it's a 16-page thing for $5, that's cool because you did a lot of artwork for it. But like a lot of these are just 4 pages. A lot of these are just these little tiny things for a very simple system that fits on a single page. It's truly baffling. Like, it's truly a baffling experience at times when I was just like, is this... You... My brother in Christ, you legitimately just made Lasers and Feelings Plus Edition. Why are you thinking like this is like such a big deal that it's not success? Lasers and fucking Feelings exists. Oh man, nobody was using my thing, and I spent so much on marketing. Marketing fucking what? 4-page fucking games that don't do it? Well, it's not even 4 pages. You gotta remember that. It's not even 4 pages. It's 3 pages! 3! You wanna know why it's 3 pages? Because again, you gotta look at it like this. Here's this is, if we open up Roamers and Revenants, if every single one starts off like this, where it's just like an introduction page of what you are doing, that's pretty simple when you get to it. But then like, here are the rules. There's like, wow, you've added like 6 rules. Like, this isn't even a fucking rule. Like, this is just weapons break now. This isn't a rule. This is a call. And like, here's a lore bit? Like, and then here's a bunch of like a few critters, but they're already super simple to make. So it's like, why are you doing this? It's really a bizarre series of, but why? I'm legit wondering what marketing he did. I don't know. My 2 guesses is that he did a lot of Facebook marketing. Like, because you kind of see, you know, it's one of those things, like, if you look here, if you actually, like, review his site, he's got, you know, he's got his thing on Twitter, obviously. He's got this thing over here. He's got a Instagram. You want to look at Fighter Guy Studios on Instagram? Here he is. Look at him. It's Instagram. He's got a Facebook. He's got a Tumblr. He's got a Ko-fi. He's got Itch. He's got a lot of these things, and I'm just curious of, like, what prompted this? Like, what was the, like, and they even got some which are like, oh yeah, here's the, like, the adventure module. It's an adventure module. Why the fuck is this even an adventure module? You know, by Big Bite Games, by Luke Simmons, by Jeff Schipple. Did you pay these other people to do this? Like, these weren't even written by him. It's like, what? And the thing is, you gotta look at, like, Tonk is missing, Sticks and Stones. You gotta buy Sticks and Stones first. A Matter of Time. Horrors and Heretics. You gotta buy Horrors and Heretics. Day of the Dead. You've got at least Roamers and Revenants is free. And this is $6 Canadian. Now, it gets a little bit weird. Is this $6 Canadian? I don't think so. I don't think it's $6 Canadian because it says USD right here. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, it's a whole lot of fucking nothing. What's $6 Canadian to USD? That's $4.40. That's $4 a page. Because that's what you gotta look at there. That's the big thing. This is $4. This is $1 a page. This right here is about $1 a page. That's not worth it. And it's like, if it was free, all right. Maybe we can do something there. Like maybe we can improvise. Maybe we can do something interesting. But like $5, like $3.75 for 4-page little things. I'm a little bit hesitant to even like pretend to think about. Yeah, and then it's like, oh hey, here's a D6 variant. Yeah, you want to get the D6 variant? 2 pages of rules. I'm mystified by this. And I'm not trying to be mean here. If I wanted to be mean, I could, but I get it's one of those bizarre things, like, did he, you know, it's like, what's going on here? Like, what's the plan with this? And it's like, if you want to be like, hey, I want to make a TRPG because I like TRPGs and I just want to make something cool because I think that's fun, fine. You clearly have an art, like, it's not my kind of art personally. I think it looks kind of terrible, but I understand the appeal of this. Why didn't you lean into that more? Why, you already have this simple system, why not just do other things with it or expand it out perhaps? But it's like, no, I want to charge $3.75 a pop effectively for 4 pages. Like, yeah, no shit nobody bought these things. No fucking shit nobody bought these. Oh wow, it's the vampire simulator. Because you gotta remember, this is an entire page. Like, this is the character sheet. Like, let's do it. Let's do a look. Look. I'm kind of harping on this a little bit, but I want to make sure that everyone kind of gets it. Like, this is 16 pages. This is a 16-page one for $5. Wow. 16 whole fucking pages for a game that's a step above. That's a step above, mind you, fucking Lasers and Feelings. It's a very bizarre experience. Completely mystifying in some ways of like, what's the game plan here, guys? Amazing foresight to make a decent thumbnail. I looked at this guy when he designed Discord servers and I didn't find him. I'm curious if he designed, published these in vacuum without being part of a community. People actually expect to get money out of TRPGs, and yeah, here we are, a man burning up because he made Lasers and Feelings and no one bought it. Like, here's the thing, there's 2 theories. Either one, he legitimately burnt out. Like, that's the thing, like, legitimately he burnt out because he is a creative, and He is a creative that goes 110% on everything, and then it's just like, I don't like doing this anymore, I'm leaving now, and then he leaves. He just bolts. He says, fuck it, I don't want to do it anymore. Because he even says, like, oh, I have a shit ton of hobbies and things like that. And me like, yeah, thank you for, yeah, it's... Yeah, but he's not leaving. It's not like he's done. He's still going to make shit. He's going to be the same... I can guarantee you, though, here's some beautiful thing. I can guarantee you something. He's probably got more sales in the past probably few days than he's ever had. Because he said, I'm leaving, and I'm not... Jesus Christ is alive, by the way, according to Twitter. You know, Jesus Christ is here. Sorry, everybody. But he's probably got more sales, because he's just like, I'm done. I'm not in the publishing business anymore. It's just like, my brother in Christ, you didn't publish anything. But with that negativity out of the way, let's move on to our next game. Yeah, it's a little bit painful in that regard. So you know what? We're gonna open. Let's see. What do we want to do? We can either play Cursed Me. You know what? No. We're gonna play something. We're gonna do something a little bit more reliable. Something that I was actually sent, which we saw what I was sent. This is a game called Flabbergasted, a comedic role-playing game. Flabbergasted, a comedic role-playing game. Alright? Alright, everybody? You ready to be a little funny? You ready to be funny? Are you ready to be funny, everybody? I'm ready to be funny, are you? This is a little bit of a weird one. I got sent this. They're like, hey, I love your content. Hey, I adore your... What was the exact email? What was the exact email that I was sent? Because when I go over this, I want everybody to understand that this is a little bit one of those, like, either you don't read what I do, or you were just trying to appeal to me. So, I'm Chelsea from the Wanderer's Tome, an indie TTRPG publisher. In 2021, we kickstarted our first TRPG. Flabbergasted is a highly comedic and narrative-driven role-playing game, drawing inspiration from the likes of Jeeves and Wooster and Faulty Towers. You can learn more about the game here. I really like your content and make you want to reach out and see if you're interested in reviewing Flabbergasted. I'd be happy to send you a free digital copy. Looking to hearing back from you. Now, interestingly enough with this is one of those moments that they did send it to me, and I'm like, okay, what's prompting this? What kind of funny video did I do? Because if we look at Flabbergasted RPG, it was Wanderer's Tome, and it was a Kickstarter. You kind of see right here, this is the Kickstarter. It didn't actually make like a $1 gazillion. That's like one thing you kind of gotta understand there. It didn't make like super ton. It made 40 grand effectively out of a very humble goal, very humble. But it did pretty well. You kind of see here's the Twitter. Very well designed, very nice looking game. I could see some people may not be 100% on this, but I enjoy the look of it. You know. So it's take the role of either the affable aristocrat, entrepreneurial, well-to-do, idealistic bohemian, or one of the steadfast help. It's not called Help anymore. Fun fact, it's not the Help. Yeah, you're joining a social club, cultivate reputation, get invited into a secret society, get into mischief and misadventures. Ooh, you can download the Quick Start right now. Now, interestingly enough, when we go through this game in particular, there's a little game that I want you to. There's two of them that I would like you to kind of see a little bit here. So, lots of too long didn't play. You know, Flabbergasted. Too long didn't play. Flabbergasted. First impressions. Actual play. Level 1 geek. Actual play. TPK. Actual play. Actual play. Actual play. It was really like you guys went hardcore on the digital marketing stuff, and you don't read what I do. This is the main two people. Andy Bennett's just an interior illustrator. Ricardo Bessa is a cover illustrator. Illustrator, proofreader. We don't care about them as much. Now, this is Fleur Miss Scortino. If you can't tell, she's slightly Italian, I think. This is all what she's done. She's an artist primarily. Blue Fort Illustrations. I see that, don't you? Blog illustrations, tabletop RPG characters, illustrations, baby books. Like she's an artiste. If you can kind of get the idea, she's an artist. She's a designer. She's one of those kind of people. Lots of client lists, lots of published anthologies. She's got even a gallery show for some reason. That's all right. She knows all these things. She was a storyboard artist for. So it's like, oh, okay. She's just kind of done a little bit of everything, and I'm like, okay, you know what? She's interesting. You know, interesting. This is Chelsea. This is the person that I was talking to. Good old Chelsea. There she is. She promotes things, mostly Flabbergasted. Does she do anything else? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Couldn't really find anything else on her. You can't even see this is October 31st, 2021. Yeah, she kind of disappeared a little bit, and she exists, though. I know that for a fact. I think she's the... She's the back end to Wander's Tome. I think Fleur is kind of the, the front man. She's kind of the back end of things, because Fleur has a lot more followers. She's a lot more following in general. She's the artist and stuff. Chelsea does probably all the boring shit nobody wants to talk about. See right here, there's a Discord, there's an Etsy shop, there's a Ko-fi, there's a pre-order to the Blacker kit. And weirdly enough, if you actually go to Wander's Companion, this is a Adventurer's sticker book. A sticker book. Oh, it's the Wander's Tome. Interesting. Yeah, Wander's Tome looks like they're going into that, yeah, you kind of see here, lots of people were all kind of involved in one way or another, but they're doing like a fantasy portrait sticker book with hundreds of stickers. You want to make a, look everybody, it's stickers. Cool. Stickers are cool. So if you actually look at their shop, though, it's just like they have the Flabbergasted stuff. You want the postcard pack, $5. You want the Picadillo map, $8. You want the Flabbergasted PDF, $17. Deluxe poster, $8. You want the enamel pin, and $6. You want the Shadow and the Lord. Now, interestingly, you have these murder mystery games that they've done. Yeah, it's a murder mystery kit, 8 to 10 players, 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, murder and functions a minimum of 8 players and maximum of 10 guests. Yeah, I've heard of these things before. They always kind of seem interesting. It's literally like they give you a box of stuff, and it's like, how do you solve this murder? That's literally it. It's like, this is even a Witcher inspired murder mystery. Like, now we're kind of we understand who we're dealing with, right, everybody? Our work looks pretty charming. This seems right up your alley. No, this is kind of fun. It looks again, it's charmingly interesting. But we need to actually learn a little bit about what the game is, right? We got to learn what the game is. That's all that matters. What you sent me the game, I'm going to judge you on your game. Now, I see here, Fleur and Chelsea Skirtino. Fleur and Chelsea Skirtino. Wait a second. Oh. So the front man, back man, and the front man, back man dichotomy makes a little bit more sense now. Regardless, serial illustration, floor, Chelsea. Yeah, it looks like they're. I don't know. I can't really make any decisions in that front because I don't know them. So, table of contents, we kind of go all the way down here. This is only a 160-page book. This isn't a massive book. And you kind of see here, I was asking people, like, what they describe this artwork. Some people, I got a few descriptions of, like, how do you describe this artwork? And the one that made sense the most to me is, CalArt Nouveau. That was it. CalArt Nouveau. Yeah, it's kind of one of those older, very old school Disney. Yeah, it reminded me, ironically enough, the movie that it reminded me of the absolute most, which I guess is appropriate, is, this is Disney's Princess and the Frog. It reminded me the most of this movie because I don't know why. My family, my mom has a weird fascination with this movie. She just really likes it and thinks it's really racist. Take that as you will. But yeah, no, this is kind of like the feeling I got. I couldn't really put like a very specific like word to it because like saying, oh, it's cartoony. It's not really cartoony. I won't really call it cartoony, but that's the artwork throughout the book. Yeah, like new school stuff. Yeah, kind of like the new school stuff. But it's not like super new. But now we'll get to the fact that it requires friends a little bit. Now, I want to do something really fast before we really get into the system. I'm just going to type in a few words here. Amazingly, it's not Forged in the Dark, apparently. Now you may be wondering, what do I mean by that? Notepad. Why are you posting that? This is, of course, our character, the aristocrat Rave Zargard. Our aristocratic depressed Russian, our resident one, as you can kind of see here, and it's like, oh no, wait a second, Notepad, what's that? Is that a playbook I see? Yes, it is a playbook. And here are your not moves, scene cues. Remember that. They're scene cues. And it's like, oh. Once we're going through this, I want you to start associating things with Blades in the Dark. I don't know why, if this is just a convenient similarity, or if this is a deliberate, like, we want to make our own Blades in the Dark thing. But, an overview, 3 to 5 players and a director, because it's very like that. You can't really have... When it says 3 to 5 players, you can kind of make that, but generally speaking, you can play this game with an aristocrat, a well-to-do, a bohemia, and staff times 2. This is the absolute max which you can really play with. And I say this because of the idea of those scene cues. This is a very, I wouldn't say structured game, but it's very like, one person will be playing the aristocrat. You can, like, having multiple aristocrats can make things a little bit complicated, just due to how things might be able to, like, fight with one another, or do you need a really competent GM, which is going to be a reoccurring theme there's going to be a reoccurring theme. So, you will participate in a social club of your own design in the city of Peccadillo, which is kind of like London. There's always something going on. It's oh no, there's a protagonist dilemma. There's the public travels or the big trouble. You might even deal with a secret society or two. Ooh. Woo! Get it? They do talk about things like improv a lot. This is a very big thing they talk about a lot. Go over the details. You read the book. Make sure you understand the setting. Recommended watching. You know, Jeeves and Wooster stories, the dominant, inimitable Jeeves, Carry On Jeeves, Joy in the Morning. Make sure to watch things like Downton Abbey, the Upstairs Downstairs, North and South, Bright Young Things, blah blah blah, The Great Gatsby, Gatsby maxing. You know, and it's it is the, I like the setting, okay? I think the setting is fun. It's very, yeah, this is aggressively British, by the way. It's the 1920s, and it's like, will you help your social club win at the annual rowing contest with clever tactics and good old-fashioned sportsmanship, or will you sabotage the opposing? Can you play this as It's Always Sunny in Piccadilly? Yes, you can play this as It's Always Sunny in Piccadilly. It's one of those things, like, you could just be horrible human beings just constantly and just get in the trouble, because that's who you are. Primarily inspired by London. I will say this is 1920s London, however, it is not actually 1920s London. This is a very tactical inclusion here. Don't be weird about it. It's not historically accurate, it just works. It just works. You know, partying, Piccadilly Daily, very, looks on point. Lighthearted drama and highly comedic situations. Now, I'm going to address this right now. I want to talk about this right now. Are you and your friends funny? Are you funny? Can you get a good laugh at each other? Can people set up jokes correctly? Can people do things like that? I want to open this up with that as a kind of an important thing to note, because this is a comedy RPG. This is supposed to be funny. It's supposed to be very lighthearted. It's supposed to be kind of amusing. And if your group is not funny, your group cannot kind of deal with banters, or you're kind of that back and forth gets a little bit weirder, maybe this isn't the game for you. Gonna open that up right now, because if you don't do this, if you aren't funny, if you aren't kind of amusing, the game doesn't assist you with being funny, if that makes sense. It's not like Paranoia, where the comedy comes from the situation you're all in. You can play Paranoia deadly serious, and it will still be funny, because it's just the stupid shit that goes on in Paranoia. It's the absolute insanity of dying to anything, of getting blasted by communists, of, having to deal with all the weird shit of Alpha Complex, because the game encourages that. This game is gatekeeping joyless spit pails like myself, to a degree. Because some people are just dour. And that's fine. Some people can be funny, and some people require a very certain kind of humor. And it's one of those things, yeah, it's like, if your people can be funny and kind of bounce back and forth with each other, then yeah, this might work. If you're kind of, like, your group isn't like that, and you're all kind of quiet people, but it's all fun and games. Failing forward. Yep, failing forwards here. Whether they're successful reach you and how it will happen along the way. Generally speaking, you're not too concerned about, like, how will they reach the goal, but what's going to go. It's more about the adventure than the destination. Hey everybody, we've been challenged to a rowing competition. And what goes on here? If you play It's Always Sunny, if It's Always Sunny, things will go horribly wrong for everybody involved. However, if you're going into this being like more like, oh, it's kind of an amusing thing, it's not like, oh, well, will you reach your goal if you actually try enough for it? It's the fact that you are, you end the scenario, you end it, heroically riding in the first place with a giant hole in your ship as you go down the ship, as you and all your very fancy friends go into the river. Like, Like, yes, technically you won, however. Yeah, and improving your improv, highlighting other players, pay attention to what's going on, embrace the absurdity. Don't judge your ideas. If you want to be the punny guy, try it out, even if it might be embarrassing. Focus on the type of humor, embrace failure, and fail big. The director, the protagonists, the social club, playing an episode. See how the kind of the season is broken down? Yeah, so we have to choose one of our archetypes. Now, there's a few different ones that we're kind of going to be dealing with here. This is the aristocrat. Now, the aristocrat's supposed to be, you're titled, you're very fancy, you're that. You don't actually have money necessarily, you have readies, which is the idea that in the 20s, these were ready money, things that you could just pull out of your purse or pull out of your pocket to pay for things. As a aristocrat, you have a lot of money. The aristocrat. Yeah, you kind of do family name examples, titled in relations, estate names. And these are your scene cues. Scene cues are a little weird. We'll get to those in a minute, but that's pretty much what this section is. If you've noticed, they changed the staff from the help. Very tactical of them. Very tactical of them. Yeah, as the staff, you are playing like a person, including a you may see another word here. Yeah, you may see this word here. And in case you're wondering, yeah, we'll talk about that at the end. Yeah, no, wit and sharp background examples. These are kind of some basic skills and basic abilities you have. The well-to-do. You're climbing the ladder. You're an architect. You're an heir. You're a politician. You're a banker. You're a lawyer. You're a person who does things. This is their OC. This is Chelsea's OC. So yeah, the Bohemian La Vie Bohème. I'm listening to Rent soundtrack. I don't know why. Yeah, as the Bohemian, you are a person who does things to make it look pretty. That's what you do. That is the other girl's magical cool OC. She's the Bohemian. I realize. You fill out kind of the rest. The mementos do nothing. The description, like, give you an idea. This doesn't really do anything, except you. But we'll get to you. So it's like, oh, what's your relationship status? Just a lost cause. What's your title? Baron. What's your estate? Rosenhorn Hall. What are your mementos? What's your description? What's your background? There's a lot of story bits, but you're supposed to play to it. Why are you, you're Baron's, Svargard. Okay, you're Baron Svargard. You play it like you're a depressed Russian man. Like, oh, okay, I understand. This is funny. That's the joke. You kind of see the way that they're kind of played here, kind of the way they're, written in. They have a very specific thing for flaws, like you have to pick your flaws. Generally speaking, I don't think you need to select these, but sometimes you just may want to because they're easy. Obviously, Ray is a drama queen. So I thought that would be most amusing. Yeah, you have your dilemma. Your dilemma is kind of like your main problem that you're dealing with. And so for Ray, it's like, oh, well, you need to rejoin the fight against the Red. It's suicide and much nicer here, huh? So it's kind of like one of those things, like that's just something that the character is dealing with. That's kind of the indication for the GM to be like, hey, this is my personal story. This is my dilemma that I need to do. I'm out of money. I need to get some money. My family dislikes me. I need to get some money. I am, hopelessly engaged to another. I'm engaged to this man, and I don't like him very much. So I need to break off the engagements, shit like that. That's what you're supposed to do. Then we get to scene cues. Now, scene cues are fascinating. They're abilities that let you influence a scene toward a specific direction. Now, if I go down here, you begin with 4 of these, but you notice these boxes. You may see, what the hell are those boxes for? Every session, you can use up to the amount that you have filled in effectively. Hey, I can use friends in high places only once, but if I level up at the end of an episode, I can use it. I can buy a second time of using it. I can use a second one of this, or I can buy others of these. Now, for example, we'll use Don't You Know Who I Am? You can name drop your family title to either impress or intimidate. You throw about your social standings shamelessly to convince others of your lies, intimidate them into doing your bidding, or get them to overlook a misdeed. What this is effectively saying is, once per scene, you can pull this out and being like, you fool, you've activated my trap card. I'm secretly a Russian baron here. And you name drop the family and suddenly like, oh, okay. We don't want to fuck with you anymore. Now you may be wondering, Notepad, what's up with that? What is this? What does that mean? What does that mean? And the answer is very simple. Ooh. These just occur. They do not, they aren't influenced by anything. You don't influence your role at all. They just occur. So if we kind of go up here, for example, to the staff, they have things such as the devil in the details. You've mastered the art of subtle sabotage. Tweak and modify things in such a way as to cause some misfortune or embarrassment down the line without drawing any attention to yourself. That's just something that you can declare during a scene, and that's going to happen. Hey, a surprising skill. You want many different careers experience in your time. As such, you picked up quite a few unique skills. Pick one unusual craft or skill you're proficient in. Cool. Whims and fancy. You're used to fulfilling unreasonable requests on a whim. No matter the time or place, you just know where to go find what you need. You need to create an NPC you need at the moment and place them in the city. Disarming charm. Or the walls have ears. Specialty. So it's kind of the idea that you are able to just trigger these abilities whenever you want. They're just things for allow you to push forward. Hey, you're headstrong. Steer clear of when arguments are breaking out. You can win any argument and come out on top. If you believe strongly in something, no one's going to change your mind. Devilishly charming. I am the law. Bum, 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 bum. City's liquor. But yeah, that's kind of the idea, what you kind of working with a lot of these. It's you create someone, you are, sophisticated charm. Be warned, you're likely to have a string of admirers if you keep this up. I heard a rumor, it's a lucky break of the perfect host. The idea is you are allowed to do things. You are triggering this scene, and that's good. That's what you get. You only get 4 scene cues when you begin. You don't get that many. But these are going to influence your social standing. Your social standing is pretty much how well you're regarded around town. There's no strong mechanics tied to these. But if I use, for example, Don't You Know Who I Am, I'm going to shift towards scandal. If I use perfect manners, I'm going to shift toward dignity. So if I have 3 scandal, and then suddenly am doing a bunch of things to improve my dignity, it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's kind of how it works. It's a back and forth rapidly. You have some very basic character traits. Now, this is where things start getting interesting. You have 4 attributes, effectively. Your attributes are bravado and persuasion, culture and etiquette, wit and sharp, creativity, and passion. If you know what words are, you probably know what these are like. It's confidence, shows of strength, culture, well-read and well-mannered, how smart you are, or how creative you are. That's the entire idea. Now, this is the system. Now, tell me if you've heard of this one before. The more points you have invested in a particular trait, the better you are at it. You're gonna each point you have in a trait is going to have you select a number of D6s. If 5 or 6 is a success. Moderate challenges need 1, hard need 2, daunting need 3. So, for example, Ray needs to convince someone to let him in. He needs to be let into a place right now. And he's going to be making a bravado persuasion check. So he's going to roll. And he rolled 3 fucking 1s. He would have failed. But if we roll again and we got a 5 this time, we would have succeeded. Congratulations, we have succeeded. We've done it. Or if I just say, I don't want to roll. Do you know who the fuck I am? And you walk right in. Interesting. All right. That's just how it works. Generally speaking, having like a 3 in something makes your life a lot easier. Unless you're me, of course. And so having like 3, 3, 3, 1 is very possible. However, you can like absolutely most you can have is a 4, 4, 1, 1. If you split things perfectly evenly, it'll be a 3, 3, 2, 2. That's just kind of how the game shifts itself. Generally speaking, though, like, you know what your kind of player you're going to be playing right away. Not too complicated here. Money. They do have the system for bribery. Bribery is interesting because you get you get your default amount of readies, effectively. You kind of see here. You get that at the start of every session. You will always have at least 80 if you're an aristocrat, 60 if you're a well-to-do, 50 if you're a bohemian, and 40 if you're a staff. That's very simple, very easy to understand. It's just ready money. It's something that's immediately available for you to have. You can bring it up, but you're not really encouraged to, how do I want to word? There's nothing really to spend money on, and you shouldn't really be worrying about it. So spend it on bribery. Spend it on charities. Upgrade your social club. You want to be using this money to do things or to advance your cause. That's what it's there for. You don't really need to worry about anything else. And this does mean it's like, yes, technically the aristocrat should be bribing should be bribing police officers, should be doing charity stuff, should be doing all of these things because they have a shit ton of money. Money! Money, money, money! And we all like money, don't we? Weirdly enough, they don't really talk about the lucky coin that often. I don't know if I like this mechanic or not. Effectively, what it is. I'm going to use my US Liberty dollar, my $1 coin I have that I got from a vending machine on accident. Is anytime if you play your character well, you're gonna get bennies. These are what these are effectively. Now, how do these work? You're like, oh no, I failed a roll. What you can do, and if you fail that coin, you're gonna make a call, heads or tails. If I say heads, and congratulations, I got a head. I automatically succeed. No questions asked. I automatically succeed. If I fail, I still lose it. It's literally a 50-50 roll. And if you don't have any coins on hand, I would suggest you can probably just roll a d6 and just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how it works. Pretty simple. There is a health system in the game. I have no idea why there is a health system. If you ever get hurt, pretty much you go from healthy, scuffed, to injured. If you are scuffed, people are going to understand that like you're clearly fucked up. If you're injured, you're barely conscious. You can't use any of your traits, you can't use any of your seeing cues. You need to get wheeled off in a comically large cast. That's how you do it. If you rest, cool. You learn it, you're healing up, fine. Very simple. This is not a game of combat. You're not going to be shooting anybody with a gun unless that's the joke. Unless that is the entire joke of the session is somebody has a gun and we're doing something stupid with the gun. Yeah, that's the entire idea. No one is ever going to die in this game. That's not the point. Then we get to nicknames. Nicknames are funny. You do not begin with a nickname. You can only have one nickname at a time, but they act as their own version of a scene cue. You automatically succeed at anything you do, because again, scene cues, you don't need to roll for anything. They automatically succeed, and they can use once per session. So, for example, if I went for Ray here, and it was, and he went to like drinker Ray or something. That's a terrible name, but the Whiskey King Ray. Any session, he could drink someone under the table, easy. Doesn't matter. That's his nickname. That's who he's known for. And you want to get nicknames. People got to give you a nickname though. You can't just come up with your own because that's cringe. And that's kind of the nature of the beast a little bit there. Oh, your suits. Oh, you automatically succeed at setting fire to things. Oh, hey, Flossie. Magic shows, you're cool and you got a backstage crew that should provide an important costume consultation. That's just what it is. Ooh, right there. Yeah, every episode you're gonna get a new closing during the closing credits. You're gonna get something new. Hey, we've got a new use. We've got a new. You get a new character trait level. You get a new nickname if you really want to. More artwork here, very nice. I don't know why. The guys do look very similar, but oh my god, he's literally me. With a tiny ass little feet. You know what this also reminds me of? You know the thing that's now that I think about the little tiny feet. You know what I know what it's reminding me of. It's Emmy the Robot. That's it. That's what it's reminding me of. Good old Emmy the Robot. And I can't click on anything else because it inevitably will be porn. Just inevitably. This is what it was reminding me of. I know it. Okay, I'm not insane. I'm not insane. Good job, me. This is what I was being reminded of. Yeah, there's a lot of porn of Emmy the Robot, by the way. Like little side note for everybody involved. For the longest time, I didn't actually know Emmy the Robot was like just a friendly little webcomic. I honestly did not know. I thought it was a porn webcomic. Honest to God. Just be a real talk here, real talk with me, you, and everybody else here. I just thought Emmy the Robot was just a horrifying, Yeah, I literally thought Emmy was. It's not. It's not porn. I learned it. I was amazed when I first learned about it. I'm like, oh, they're doing like the Safe for Work spin-off series. This is such a cool, quirky. No, it's not porn. It was never porn. I was amazed when I first learned about it. I was truly amazed. But yeah, it's the actual like comic. That's the point. And like it's an actual comic that people do things in. That's the idea. However, again, it's one of those things like I am like horrified to go anytime I click on something, I have to like double check myself, being like, is this going to be pornography? Luckily, I haven't seen any horrifying depictions of pornography yet. But yeah, no, it's out there. I want everyone to like. Again, for God's sakes, this is on the second thing. This is the second fucking thing. Emmy, what do you do? Like, yeah. So, yeah, no. As that little side piece. Now that I'm reminded, I'm like looking at this. I'm like, that does remind me of Emmy the Robot. That's what it's looking at. Yeah, no, Emmy the Robot is not porn, by the way. I was mystified when I first learned about that. Don't worry, Ethical. You are in the same boat as I am. Which, if you want to play this as well, But don't worry, there's a distinct reason I brought that up, not just because of the art. Next, we're going to have to build our social club. Our social club, right? And for those who don't know what a social club is, this is a little bit of a, we'll do a little bit of a history lesson back in the day. Way back in the yesteryears of time, there used to be things called social clubs. Effectively, they were just single-purpose clubs that people would be a part of. For lack of a better word, they would be a tea club, a motorcycle club, a club about doing things for reasons. Often they were, very, like, if you ever heard of the diners, or like a dining club, that's effectively what they were. They were usually very well-to-do individuals who would either have to sign, they would have to pay a dues in, or they would have to, kind of know people. You'd get a little pin, or you'd get a little thing saying that congratulations, you are officially part of the diners, or the Elks, or any of these different kinds of social clubs that would interact with each other. They all knew each other, they were very friends. If you ever heard of the Eagles, the Elks Club, or any of these things, that's what they are. They're social clubs. They did fall out of favor over time, simply because people happened, and the upper crust became tech bros. But they're still around. They're still around, but not nearly as popular. You are playing the role of a social club, however, and it could be anything. You could be anything you want to be. You gotta make a location where you are, such as, for example, the Good Society. Get it? Good Society, because it's a tea club. Are you laughing yet? And it's like, oh, you're a quaint chalet found on the outskirts of the suburban district of Eventide Hills. Coffee guzzling members of the Java Jivers Coffee Club are strictly not welcome. You gotta have a slogan, you gotta make a little emblem for it, you gotta choose your rival club. Oh no, there's somebody. There's somebody out there who is your direct opposite, or someone who clearly is trying to like one-up you. These clubs dislike one another. You're trying to one-up them, and they're trying to one-up you. Society, obviously. You have the Java Jivers, and the Java Jivers and Society hate one another. There will be violence in the streets as they, clash in what I can only say is high society, combat. Let's ruffle some. The sky's not the limit. The night is young, and so are we. One of the main things is the idea of the public challenge. You'll always be challenged, or there's going to be something going on that somebody is issuing a challenge to do it. It's, hey, this other club is get your name in the newspaper first. Hey, they say that you can't get the biggest audience for a performance. You gotta raise enough funds in a day for a notable charity. Outlast your rivals and exploring the ruins of a haunted castle. The entire concept being that you are trying to one-up the other clubs, and this is where the actual main gameplay comes in. They kick down the door and being like, hey, your tea club is being challenged to a charity ball off. You gotta get the most, you gotta get the most amount of charity funds today. If you don't do it, we're cooler than you. Them fighting, it's them fighting words, and then you begin fighting. More often than not, being like, well, we can get, it's people start pulling in backgrounds, people start pulling in stories, which is like, hey, we know if we get, these influential patrons to help us out, we can leverage that. Hey, why don't we host a massive party tonight and get everybody here, and we can use all the proceeds we get to buy out the, to win to win. That's the idea. Hey, it's a race. Hey, it's something. Ancient Discord servers, or the thing every neighborhood had to hang out during the weekend. Every place has a hangout like this. It's like like barbershops and stuff like that. It's just the nature of things. People do that. It's social clubs and stuff like that have always been popular. People always want to be a part of a club or something. You know, what's the big trouble hanging over the club? Now, the big trouble hanging over the club is something bad. Hey, your president gambled away all the money. You just raided the highly illegal bootlegging operation in your basement that you do not have any part of. Hey, someone robbed you and left a calling card. It's things happen, you now need to do something. There's something terribly wrong. The best way to think about this is you have the social club problem, which is kind of like the overplot. You have the personal problem, which is an A plot. And then you have the current, then you have like the current challenge or something like that, which is a B plot. So for example, hey, our club something's wrong with our club. We've gambled away all the money, so we need to make we need to get a shit ton of money really fast. So we're going to help out with that. We want to do this charity ball because whoever loses pretty much has to donate whatever they made to the other club. So it's like, okay, so we're all kind of going back and forth like we want money, so we're going to try to beat them at this ball. But it's like, hey, by virtue of, hey, there's a dilemma's coming up because Ray's getting more pressure to join the fight against the communists. Maybe that's something that comes up. Maybe that's an issue that kind of is brought up constantly that he now has to deal with. It's a problem, but don't worry, he's a drama queen. We can make it work. That's the point. Plots are relatively natural in how I didn't mean to get rid of Ray. Sorry, Ray. Relatively natural. I say relatively. You see, it's club funds. The personalized den. Members, you do get a lot of like you start with 10 members, not including the protagonists. And then you can grow slowly to 50 members, 40, 30, 40, 50 members. And then there's different roles. But one of the big ideas is that you want to build renown. The more renown you have, the better you are. More members are joined, more members want to help, more things go on. You want to recruit special NPCs, obviously. You get more money because you can use it to upgrade your social club. And oh my god, it's the gang system from fucking Blades in the Dark, everybody. It's just the gang system from Blades. You're making this game sound better at describing its core concept and conflict than it probably is. The thing is with this game is that it's using a very simple framework. Because you get things like the club, for example. This social club is like a thing you want to like upgrade and you want to buy new stuff for, and you're constantly putting money into the club to upgrade it. Like, oh, you have a dressing room. Now that you can take on any appearance that they need. You have a printing press. You have a formal dining room. You have a games room. But the thing is, if you get the formal dining room, you can now boost up everybody's culture and etiquette above 4 now, because normally the cap is 4. If you have a games room, you can bump it now up to 8. And then it's like, oh, key dokie. It's like, oh, you have a cabaret hall. Oh, everyone gets more scandal, but now you can host cabarets, you can host gambling nights. You have a dance hall that you can do your own things with. Oh, okay. You have a studio, you have a library. You have all these different things, and there's quite a few, mind you. It's even that you get things like, oh, a swimming pool, level 13 renown. You have a fucking swimming pool. And it's kind of hard to see here, but you kind of see in the corner here of how everything is built off one another. And it's like notable member, famed stunt pilot, boxing and bickering. The photograph of the Whitley Fly as Hell squad, autograph of Nellie Prince, famed saxophone player. And then you kind of see here, it's like it's building off one another. That's how you're supposed to design That's how you're supposed to design the, your club, as everything gets put together. This is literally just about the city. There's nothing really to talk about there. It's just the city. But this is, I think, this right here summarizes far more about what the game is actually trying to be about than the game sometimes. You need to beat someone at a rowing competition. Here is the subsequent disaster that this is here. All the subsequent issues that are going on. There's a dog there, someone's being a little coward. You got the one guy who seemingly knows what he's doing, trying to salvage the operation, and someone has a sword. Goofy, it's funny, it's supposed to be a little bit amusing. Generally speaking, though, if you want to summarize the entire game, we're halfway through the game at this point, and I can summarize again. It's D6, try to hit a 5 or 6 difficulty table. 95% of what you're going to be doing is going to be a moderate challenge. If you really want to push it, you can maybe give them a challenging, but like anything higher, like you can't really go higher than daunting at all, or especially early game. You're never going to go above daunting because you just can't. They have 3, maybe 4 dice. You need to get like 5, 6 to have like a relatively half chance of doing it. Half. So it's like, ooh, breaking the rules. It's like, oh, you can kind of break whatever you want here. The fact that like the scene cues are really bizarre. Social standing. Oh no. It's like they have like, oh, what are these, people start treating you differently. Your reputation is well known. You're invited to a secret society. Don't forget about NPC cards. Don't forget about club renown. These are all like the secret societies, and they do give you their own abilities, their own things that can happen. So, for example, with Max Dignity, you get an express invitation. Invite anyone on a whim, no matter how prominent a figure they are. But if you have Max Scandal, you somehow have a skeleton key. Okay, a little bit weird there, but okay. It's one of those things like, all of them have 2. Mind you, you have 2. If you're playing the staff, you're the helping hand, or you're the Morai Society. You're the well-to-do, you're the network, or the fixers. The aristocrats, creme de la creme, or the mint juleps. The bohemian, the Royal Academy of Arts, the bright young things. And they give you special missions, they give you specialized things that you can do. They kind of set you up and teach you how to do things. They teach you how to write a script, how to set up story hooks, and then give you 70 story hooks. 70. And then it's like, oh, why is the game so... Like, the game is not long. Gotta remember that. This game is very short. Relatively speaking. Like, who are the characters? The club, the Sleuth Society. This is just a season outline. Like, this isn't even, like, this is a session. The Bramble Manor. This is a session. And they kind of teach you how this works. Other odds and ends. Like, you want some lingo, phrases, fancy words. That's it. Like, genuinely speaking, the game ends about... The actual, like, gameplay ends about, I would say it ends at about 84, about halfway through the book. It's just done. The rest of this is story hooks of sessions of what a season looks like. What some fancy words, what people dress as. Which trouser suits will always reign supreme. I'm sorry, just how the way it is. Again, you will never be as cool as this fucking dude right here, or this day suit guy. Never look at cool. What's the food on the menu? What's a bunch of generators for like names and like locations and stuff like that? Then we have a bunch of that. Like, yeah, this is the club upgrades table. This is like what the social club's supposed to look like. I'm gonna split this around and make it. Like, yeah, here's this. Here's the club upgrade one. And then we get into the, I am hesitant to refer to them as a playbook, but kind of a playbook. There aren't many. There's only 4 of them. And, you know, we got some NPC cards, we got some maps to work with, then 3 pages of notes, and that's it. I need to talk about something with this game. There's 2 issues with this game. I got two very distinctive issues. 2. The first one's pretty simple. Are you invested in this? Do you like this game? Do you want this? Do you want a D6, very simplistic, very narrative, very light? To give you a better idea of what it is, this, all of this is setup. You don't need any of it. It's setup. You have a 3 in bravado and persuasion, not necessarily to say, well, okay, I want to make sure that I'm going to roll well, make sure I succeed at my task. No, it's to, you have a higher chance of succeeding, but that's not the point. You know, you have a higher chance of creativity and I have a low chance of creativity and passion. That just means when I comically fail at something, it's funny. When I succeed, it's funny. When I get hurt, it's funny. When I get a lucky coin, it's to mitigate funny things. It's to mitigate non-funny things and make funny things happen. It's the scene cues. You have these scene cues in a way to facilitate not necessarily playing the game, but to set up the funnies. You want to throw a tantrum because it's funny. You want to call the staff because it's funny. You do a dazzling performance because it's funny. That is one of those things that you kind of gotta understand. Is that this game's mechanics are not built around, well, for lack of a better word, a game. They are built around being entertaining. It's supposed to be, it's supposed to facilitate the funny, facilitate the amusing aspects of it. But there is a distinct problem. Two little realms here. Is this game funny? No, it's not. Maybe wondering, what the fuck do I mean? Is the game funny? It's not a funny game. Me looking at you right now through your screen. I know what you're doing. Stop touching yourself. That's the funny. You are the funny. This game is just a engine to let you have fun. That's the entire thing. There's no aspect of the game that like goes out of its way to be like, okay, now here's an amusing part. Because you get something like Paranoia, for example. Paranoia is a funny game because of the ridiculous situation you're in. It's just the absolute insanity of like, okay, here's your fizzy bouncy pop super soda. And it's like, what do you mean the fizzy bouncy pop super soda? Just drink it, and you drink it, and suddenly you can jump 30 feet in the air into a wall and die. It's more of the slapstick humor. It's more of that comedic situation that's built on it. But when I mentioned earlier about maids, I want to point out another game. Which is a little important to bring up in something like this. I didn't mean to hit the PDF, but this is Made, the role-playing game by Ryu. I bring this up because this game came out, almost 20 years ago. It's 17 years old. It came out in like 2003. Actually, no, it'd be 2006, I believe it came out. Yeah, I believe. Am I going insane? Possibly. But it's old at this point. It's been out for a while. Made the RPG is funny because it's the ridiculous situation you find yourself in. Can you make Made do whatever? Can you force Made to be this game? Be flabbergasted? Yes. You want to play a bunch of moronic individuals doing shit? Yes, you can play that. You can totally play that kind of game with this. It's fine. It's super easy. Super simple. There's another game, actually, even. There's another game. It's almost one that I went over. It's over one I went over and even gave a fucking award to, which is Good Society. Good Society did some weird bits for this game, and there were some aspects of it that I would be the first one to comment, like, hey, it's a little bit janky in this, but I feel Good Society does what it's trying to do better. If you want to make a comedic story with Good Society, it's easy to do, and you have a lot of room to finagle and do things to make it a funny situation. You can make this a entertaining, dumb, game of funny things going on. Okay, so it's like, we don't really want to do that, but you can also bring in that aspect of the game. What I'm trying to get across here, more than anything, is what does Flabbergasted do? Hey, Jane Austen RPG, I have a video on it, Super Manga Nerd. It's a fascinating thing. It does things that are very weird. It's one of those things with Flabbergasted that if you are going in for a comedy game, there's nothing about the game that facilitates the comedy except you. You have to be funny. You have to be doing this. You have to be amusing. Can you play Flabbergasted as a deadly serious role-playing game about the 1920s social club drama? Yes, you totally can. And there's nothing in the game to prevent you from doing such. Should you? No, probably not. But I think that's my one issue with Flabbergasted. I like the look of this game. Genuinely speaking, I think the idea works pretty well. It is forged in the dark, though. It is almost directly one-for-one forged in the dark, weirdly enough, and they just don't talk about it at all. It's not forged in the dark. They never mention it. It's just, I will even check the Kickstarter just to be curious. I just want to check. Do they mention Forged in the Dark at all? No, they do not mention this at all. Even though it's pretty much the same. It's the same cycle as Forged in the Dark. So it's, for lack of a better word, Flabbergasted doesn't really do anything like mechanically different. It doesn't really do anything, like technically different. Do I like the game, though? It's reliable. It's pretty. I like the way that it looks. I like the way that it's presented. But I can't judge things based off of that. I don't judge things based on the way they look. Because as I've always said, making something look good elevates something that's already good. The game is a reliable storytelling engine. I am hard-pressed to refer to this game as a good game. A good one-shot material, maybe. Good, maybe, like... What I would do, this is from Notepad Add-on himself, is can you tactically gut aspects of this game and then put them somewhere else? That's what I look for a lot in these things. What can I tactically gut? What can I surgically remove and get out of this? I would say with Flabbergasted, you can probably take this the pitch more than anything, because it's a very simple game, very simplistic. And you know what? I fault it for that. Am I going to say this is my favorite game of all time and it's super amazing and awesome? Not really. Because again, games like Made exist. Games like Paranoia exist. Games like Toon even exist. Games that are supposed to be funny. Then you get things like Good Society, which can have a lot more wiggle room when it comes to things. If you just want a really reliable, simple system to do one thing, this isn't going to be it. This is a simple system that you can kind of make Flabbergasted do whatever. It's more of what it looks like than which elevates it. This looked like horse shit. It would be pretty bad. But yeah, I think it looks fine. I think it's a fine game. A solid okay out of 10. something that's going to go on somebody's shelf, see some play maybe 3-4 times, unless they really kind of vibe with their group with it, and then immediately get forgotten for 5e. Sad, isn't it? Sad, really, isn't it? Now, I was positive about this game. Generally speaking, I am positive. Briefly relents and says something is okay. Yeah. That's all I can say. Like, it's one of those things, like, it's hard for me to, like, you know, go to Flabbergasted and be like, this is the shittiest game I've ever seen. I can't really say that because it's not bad. Like, it's perfectly fine. Not good, not bad, fine. But now we get to do something fun, everybody. Okay, everybody, get your torches out, get your pikes out, because we're gonna die a little on the inside. We need to die, all right? We need to die a little on the inside. We need to make sure to suffer. Behold, my friends, Pericle. It's Pericle or Pericle. They kind of pronounce it different ways. What the fuck is this? It's a white book notepad. This is just a white book. This isn't a game. This is a shitpost. No. There's a good reason for this. This is a press copy. This is the early press copy of a game. Very early press copy of a game. Now, what is Pericle or Pericle? This is Pericle. The Gathering Darkness. Experience a fantasy tabletop role-playing game with a Game Master app. Now, this was actually, if we kind of like do Pericle TTRPG, we Google here, we can go to their Kickstarter for Long Dog Games. Right here, Long Dog haven't done really anything else. You kind of see there. This link's right back here. $182,000 of a $60,000. Welcome to the world of Pericle. Lore Master. This is the interesting thing here that I want everybody to really think about of what defines a tabletop role-playing game. Really, I want you all to kind of get that mental thing in your head. Pericle, The Gathering Darkness is an app-driven tabletop role-playing game for 1 to 4 players that combine the exciting dice-based combat system with a groundbreaking companion app that takes the place of a game master. Players create heroes using a classless hero creation system and explore the dangers and mysteries of Pericle via Lore Master. Companion app. Presents the Gathering Darkness campaign through rich narratives, animated cutscenes, breathtaking art, and an original soundtrack. Branching storylines change according to player choice, leading to a unique experience each time you play. Your decisions shape the world of Pericle. Pericle or Pericle. They pronounce it both ways. Core game, $99. Access to the companion app with 200 hours of gameplay. Darkness campaign, the hero handbook, Pericle handbook, 25 double-sided combat maps, full set of Pericle dice, 75 hero and enemy standees, 30 magic tokens, 15 plus hero sheets. Combat and grappling player reference sheet. Under 20 Kickstarter edition with a magic item compendia and the Vargr playable ancestry. The Explorer pack, extra hero sheets, additional full set of Pericle dice, 10 more health trackers, ooh, adventure logbooks, oh my, the adventure play. $200 for the spell card and all the hardcover variants. More standees. More maps. $1,000 to craft an NPC. Location or magic item. $3,500 to create a boss or mini boss. And in case you're wondering, oh, do not think 3 people bought the $1,000 version, and 1 person bought the 3,500 variant. And right here, that's something I wanted to talk about. This game is always online. You cannot play this game without the app. I want you to remember that. Right here, right now. You cannot play Pericle without the Lore Master app. The Lore Master app that the devs have loaded up on a server that they own, that you do not have access to. You have access to Lore Master. You do not buy Lore Master. You're not buying 200 hours of content. You are buying access to 200 hours of content. These guys reached out to me to actually go over this game. They were very excited, and I read over it, and I returned with some problems. Very big problems. Very big, very nasty little problems. Because this is one of those games. I actually almost didn't go over this. I'm gonna be frank with all of you. I almost did not go over this game. Simply because this is not something I support at a kind of like an emotional level. Let's see all this, more special dice, more special shit. They did, and yeah, mind you, you need to get the Pericle dice. Oh, you fools! Oh, you fools! You cretins! You little dumb fucks! You thought that this game wouldn't have its own special kind of dice? Because yes, it has its own special kind of dice. It's mystifying. Truth be told, it is truly mystifying. Because you can't really play this game without them. That's one thing I want to kind of do. I want to try to back hack this game a little bit. Yeah, and you know, Super Manga Nerd, you point out something very valid. I always hate it when stuff like this gets locked behind an app or system like this, because if it stops working one day, you lose all that content. And it was funny, because when I was going over this stuff, when I was kind of talking to people, when I was kind of, you know, learning about it a little bit more, that was when D&D Beyond went offline. And I was thinking about it being like, if Lore Master goes offline, you just don't play this game. Oh yeah, it's games as a service somewhat. You get the whole campaign. It's 200 hours, of course, with fully voiced dialogue and cutscenes and, you know, all those things. But I thought they would at least add the ability to play with a human GM. And now I'm going to reach out to my emails because, again, this is valid. This is valid information. Because this is important. And now you may say, like, oh, well, this isn't very, you don't respect the sanctity of emails or, you know, communications or whatever. I don't really care. This is important. This is a very important thing, which is going to be, I expressed some concerns with this game. First things I asked was, hello, Mr. Morgan. You consider this an RPG or a board game? As I was noticing, it had noticed some interesting regarding some fairly strict positioning and not having options for human GM or player interaction. The Saga Adventure mode, you know, final note, if anything, do you plan for a human GM in the future? I know Pericle is built from the ground up to use the app, but do you think that they turn people to play who want to do something that the app cannot do, or add or change features that best serve the group at that point? Can Lore Master run without an internet connection even? It's running in Chromium and Safari, so I don't think PC specs would be an issue. I must ask. We do not currently... So this is the big things right here. We don't have plans for a human GM. One of our aims is to take the burden of game prep from GMs and enable all play a hero rather than have one person arbitrate the rules and run monsters. That being said, we plan to release third-party creation tools that would allow players to create their own Pericle adventures and then play or share with others. We do not currently have an ETA for third-party creation tool, but we'd likely more information later this year. In regards to internet connection, it is needed to access. They do consider it a mix between a board and RPG. Elements of both types, however, it's an RPG even though it has some board game-like components, such as positioning, as you mentioned. Part of which you don't have access to the rulebook is the storyline contained within Lore Master. different story threads and paths depending on what player in the group chooses. Yeah. So that's a question. Do you consider role-playing game? I want you to think about this. Yeah, that being said, very many also see the gift of a GM-less game that takes 2 minutes to set up and play. Now, these specific hot remarks, I have to receive and answer some of them. Okay. That's just something I want to kind of introduce. They have doubled down on this, and that's something that you gotta know. And if you do not have a very good internet connection, do not get this game. Do not even think about getting it. Hansa League expansion, 100 additional lore master cutscene animations, 100 more animated cutscenes, no artwork in the Pericle rulebook. Yeah, so like you see, it's kind of hard to see here. It's kind of hard to see here a little bit just because of how it's set up. But like you have to set up the name of the party, and then you're actually going to be going through like how to learn things. Like there's a tutorial. Like there's very clearly like a tutorial there, if you can see that. You know, hopefully that's at least coming up slightly. And I was like, oh, what the fuck are you on about? Because there's there's this full thing here. Because like okay everybody, let's play a game. Let's watch the ad. Okay, we'll watch the ad together because we're super friendly with one another. Let me just bump up the audio here real fast. This is
an ancient threat has resurfaced in the world of Pericle, bringing with it great suffering and the need for heroes to rise and lead those who would resist it. War will be waged against the gathering darkness. Acts of malice will be countered with sacrifice and bravery. Can you bring Pericle back into the light?
This is the game. Right here. You see this? You see all the shit on the board here?
Or will you let it...
Yeah, you see the computer there? The fucking Chromebook and the fucking MacBook and shit? Now, mind you, there are 75 of these maps that can get flipped around. So that's effectively 150 maps roughly by default. This isn't even with all the Kickstarter shit. This will probably sell separately. But like
fall into shadow.
They'll show computer screen.
Our foe has taken root in Jaria, a realm of warring factions and secret cults. There, blade and magic are as crucial to survival as wit. You and your companions will need them as you forge alliances, unravel mystery.
Yeah, you kind of see how this is set up. It's map 6A, attacking the Hydra. And please select one of these 4 options, which is going to inform how it works in the future.
And battle foes to turn the tide that threatens us all. The world's doom is upon us. Can you stop it?
Pericle Gathering Darkness is an app-driven tabletop role-playing game that combines technology, tabletop gaming, and a dynamic...
Yeah, it's...
order in the face of a brutal political... you and your ally.
Yeah, you kind of are... hopefully you're kind of seeing my slight concerns about this game. Just slight concerns! So, yeah, that's the basics of Pericle. Now, how much does this game cost? Like, let's be honest with ourselves. How much does it cost? $150! 150 United States dollars, everybody, for you to buy this game. Oh, you want to play it online? Oh, you want to play it online like a little bitch boy? Oh, no, sorry. You got to play it physical. You can't even play... It's not a VTT, mind you. That's the beautiful thing. It's not even a VTT. It's a fucking physical game you have to buy. They couldn't just make it like a CRPG. Exactly. This should just be a video game. Make it a co-op CRPG. Fuck, man. That would be fine. Honest to God, that would be fine. But they chose not to, and it's really bizarre. It's really bizarre. I need to talk about this because, again, it's not just the $150, you know, we could save $25 on something like, wow, wowie zowie. $20 for spell cards, $20 for discipline cards, $20 for the magic item compendium, $10 for an extra set of the dice, $15 for the ancient rune dice, $10 for the logbook, $40 for the map, $30 for the health trackers, $75 for additional standees, $30 for the hardcover book, $30 for the hero handbook hardcover, and $40 for the art book. I mean, at least take me out to dinner before you skull fuck me. Like, cool. Yeah. It's, you know, 5. You're making this out to be a good point. Like, why isn't this a video game? Honest to God, why is this not a video game? Well, we want to get the authentic tabletop playing experience. Then just make it a tabletop gaming experience. It's not hard. Honestly, this would be a lot simpler and probably a lot cheaper in the long run. Because remember, these are all plastics. These are all things that you have to pay and ship. Like this, I don't know if they're making money off of this even. You know, it's employee in Minneapolis, Minnesota, mission to love our games. Get back to, like, they've got a lot of people working on things, but like, it's one of those like mystifying aspects of like, yeah, let's see, our debut game, Pericle, it's Pericle now. Gathering Dawn bridges a gap between the old and new generation of gamers by combining traditional tabletop role-playing with a sleek, app-driven gameplay. This already exists, guys. It's just called running it on a fucking VTT. And it's like, hey, why don't you just, like, if there was like the option for like, hey, everybody, you can play a GM-less or you can play with a GM. If that was an option, I'd be fine with this. I'd say, you know what? Okay, I can judge this accurately. I can't judge this game. Honest to God, I can't, because it's a fucking app. An app I do not have access to. Why don't I have access to it? Because they didn't give us that access. So this is my unfiltered. Oh no, Notepad being mean. We don't get. No, fuck off. Like guys, please, you gotta understand that this is a little bit fucky wucky, guys. I'm speaking directly to Long Dog here. Like guys, you gotta realize this is a little bit off the mark. But people gave him money, and that's all that matters, right? They got their money. Moving would be nice here. An expected timeline. When should we expect these mass manufacturing games to actually begin shipping? So they haven't even put it out. A few months more info. Let's see. Schedule backers to our game. Get games to our backers in June. The game isn't even out yet, by the way. Welcome to the first exclusive look at Pericle from your boy Notepad. You don't see me like doing like half dabs. I've lost my fucking mind, by the way. This game broke me. Like just because I was like, holy shit. Yeah, like these guys are pretty. It's been very slow. Hey everyone, this is from 20 seconds. This was from 3 days ago. Super busy. Yeah, we're in mass manufacture mode. At the end of the month, an external reviewer will receive the game so you guys can get more professional gameplay footage as well as hear real feedback on the gameplay. Right here, everybody. Right here, right now. You're getting professional game design opinion, and I'm saying it's shit. This game's shit. You can clip that. You can show it to the world. I don't fucking care. I hate this game. And I want to tell you why. Let's get into it. Let's learn a little bit about ourselves, okay, gamers? Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. So if I would go to this, if I like try to actually like go to the app, I'm gonna actually type in the app. Pericle.app/start. Let's see if it actually starts for me. It'd be funny if it does. Pericle.apps app/start. No, my connection is not private. I can't actually access it. I don't think Lore Master is up. So, yeah, okay, that's cool. Cool, choo choo. Let's do it, gamers. Now, obviously, I needed to bring in someone incompetent, someone strong. Therefore, Dense McVacuum, a dwarf, is going to help us. And you may be looking at this character sheet already and being like, oh my Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck are you on about, Notepad? Yep, it's only going to get worse from here. So, this game, I can't really give it a fun name. I can't. I'm not going to give it a fun name. Because it uses it uses special dice. And what do I mean by special dice? Similar to something like Genesis, special dice are dice that are not real dice. They aren't something that you can just buy from the store. I cannot go online right now and buy a bunch of, I can buy a bunch of D6s if I want. I can go to Amazon and buy a tub full of dice and have it shipped right to my house. I can open them up and I can roll them all individually and clap. Special dice are things like fate dice. They don't really get manufactured, in large quantities. Genesis dice. You can't buy Genesis dice that's in the wild necessarily. You kind of have to buy it from FFG. You have to buy it from the company. Pericle here uses special dice. Use software-driven mechanics to allow you and your friends to enjoy classic RPG-style adventure. RPG style, not an RPG. Remember that, everybody. With NPCs, the heroes interact with via Lore Master, a software program that guides players through the story. Lore Master works like a much traditional human game master by telling colorful stories, relaying art and music, and prompting players for their decisions. See, it's not even like a cool AI thing. It's not even like an AI machine thing that you can have fun with. No. Sorry, everybody. You just lose. It's not that. No, it's like a legitimate, a pre-planned thing. So if you ever, I talked about one of our major advantages as a tabletop community is we have the ability to go right when supposedly there's only one path and that's left. We enter a room, it's not you get to do the two things that you get to choose. It's you get to do whatever the fuck you feel like. That's one of the beautiful things about role-playing games. You can do whatever you want. And that sometimes people will negotiate. Sometimes people want to try to seduce the carp. Some people want to run away from a combat. Some people want to fight somebody that they really shouldn't. That's the beauty of it. It's the story of a bunch of stupid fucking morons running face first into the powers that be. This takes that away. It's a CYOA, and sometimes CYOAs are fun, but do you call that a role-playing game? Tabletop role-playing game? Question. Now you may be thinking, what about Lone Wolf and the Fighting Fantasy books? Well, there's a question. There's a counterpoint to that. Those are solo games. They're solo games, but they don't really refer to themselves as a tabletop role-playing game necessarily, do they? They want you to use a pre-generated hero, Long Dawn Games website currently supports Chromium-based browsers. So hey, if you use anything else other than Chromium-based browsers, sorry, fuckboy. And Safari, I guess, but you have to use a Mac to do that, and I'm not touching a Mac if you pay me. Lore Master is not intended for use on smartphones. I say that is a problem, because a lot of people use phones. Yeah, role-playing is fun and immersive addition when playing it perfectly, though it is not necessary. Role-playing can be a fun and immersive addition when playing perfectly, though it is not necessary. You see why this game slightly annoys me. Now, we haven't even hit the game yet. This is the first page. This is page fucking 1, and I'm already having a fucking stroke over here. People, this is why I progress. This is why I venture beyond the grid of death. This is why I am Urbino Quest #1 player right now, right here. Because I struggle forward for you. I suffer for you, gamers. I'm here for you. But first, we gotta learn about the fucking AD, action die. The action die is a 10-sided die that is rolled to determine if the action taken by a hero or foe is successful. It is used for the heroes to attack, cast spells, attempt to climb, blah, blah, blah. During combat, players will need to learn when to roll their action die. Outside of combat, Lore Master will guide the players on when and how to use the action die. Now, here's a problem, everybody. You know, I don't know about you, but maybe call me old-fashioned, maybe call me a fucking stupid moron. But, why do I have dice? Ask yourself, really, why do I have dice in this game? Come on, I want to know. You want to know why I want to know? You want to know, really want to know why I want to know? Because since everything is driven by the app, wouldn't the app be able to roll for me? Wouldn't I just be able to plug in a thing and I hit a button and then it just randomly generates a number for me? How will it know that I hit or failed to hit something? Unless I plug in the result myself. And what's stopping me from saying I just hit always? So is the app going to be rolling for me? And if the app's rolling for me, then why do I have to buy these dice? Why even tell me about these? Why give me this special action die if the app is going to do it fucking for me? You're seeing how I'm a little bit confused by this game. Just a little bit confused. Because I realize that it's fucked. It's fucked at a fundamental level. Because it wants to be a video game. It really wants to be a video game. Don't we all want to be video games? Isn't that the final evolution of the tabletop game, everybody? Isn't that the final beautiful fucking nightmare that we all have to deal with? You want to be a video game, right? Video games! Yay! Season pass, live service! Oh my goodness! I'm waiting for the fucking loot box to show up. Man, that'd be great. I mean, we kind of skipped ahead the loot box phenomenon, but we also kind of didn't. Fucking indie games we're doing. I mean, we already got microtransactions up the ass. Fuck, why not? Let's go. Come on. So much fun. Are you having fun, gamers? Jesus fuck. I may be coming into this a little bit hard, a little bit aggressive right now, just because I give a shit about this so fucking much. I care. I really do. And you know what? I might do things that, I might talk down to people. I might, insult people in this industry. I might say it's a dying industry or whatever. But I'll always go to bat for it. This isn't help. I'm not going to bat for this game at all. They gave me a code. I got this game for free, effectively. I ain't going to go bat for it. Because I can't. I cannot justify doing that. And I'm not going to lie to you guys saying, like, oh my goodness, it's so much fun. It's so great and amazing, but you just got to No. I'm not going to do that. That's not fair for you. That's not fair for me. And that's not fair for anybody. Let's get back to it. So, the big idea is you're going to possess only 3 attributes. You got might, dexterity, and knowledge. Knowledge is special for a few fucking reasons, which I'll get to. Now, these also tie to your skills. Athletics, lore, navigation, perception, persuasion, scoundrel, and your grapple score. Yes, you have technically your grapple score, but it's not really a score, but it's kind of a score. It's a little bit confusing in regard. Anytime you need to do anything, you're going to make a check. Cool. Easy enough to understand. You're going to need to do something. You're going to need to do something. So, for example, 5 faces are going to be an action die. 5 faces are going to be the success icon. And have a success icon of a concentric circle, similar to a bullseye. One of these is going to have a star in it. That's a critical success. This is good. You like critical successes. Can I see it? But one's going to be a critical failure. Oh no! That's so bad. One's going to be a critical success. That's going to be the really good success. Ooh. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Weirdly enough, though, in addition to the success icons, the action die has a number of faces with 1 through 4. When rolling the action die, success is achieved by rolling a score less than or equal to the ability associated with the check. So, for example, MT of 2 is making a might check to push the statue. He will succeed if he rolls a 1 or 2, or if he rolls one of the success icons. The higher the hero's might, the higher the likelihood of success. So, Dense, for example, is going to succeed with his might. He's going to succeed on a check if he has bear with me here, if he lands on one of the five notes, if he lands on one of the 5 successes, he's going to succeed. And he's also going to succeed if it lands on a 1, 2, or 3. Now, because you may say, that looks really dumb. That makes no sense. How does that even work? Go over here, we go to products. We want to go to the Pericle dice. This is the success right over here. You kind of see that. Now, immediately you can kind of see something a little bit wrong with that, is that the die isn't correct. It's not actually laid out correctly. I wonder if I can find another D10. You kind of see there's a 1 over there. It's a little bit hard to see. If you can't see it very well, I apologize. But that's how the die is going to be laid out. It's not a correct D10. My theory, anyway, if I were to do some maths correctly, and I wonder if I can find a better die that maybe that'll like show it a bit better. Like here's the rune die. You kind of see how the way that it's set up, and again, we got to know that 4 is next to 1 in that regard as well. The 4 and the 1 are completely by one another. Actually, it would be the 4 and the 2. What I'm thinking is, so we have the 1d10. Pretty much what we can think of as like a like 10 is a, if we think like a 10 is a crit, it would be like, I believe anyway, it would be 9 to 5 would be success. Then it would be 4 to 2 would be your, not even a fucking 4 to 2, because that doesn't make any sense. It would just be 9 to 5, then you have 4 additional ones, so that would be, if I look at the math for it, they put math, little math score for it, yeah. So that would be 4 for 2 would be a numerical success, and then a 1 would be a critical failure. But mind you, this is the important thing. What it would do is count weird. So let's say I only have like I have only a might of 2. So I would succeed effectively on a 10 to 5, or a 2. Well, actually, no, it would be a 1 to 2. Actually, no, it would be a 2 to 3, I think. Yeah, roughly. That's how it would kind of work, because it wouldn't be labeled correctly. That's the fucked up part. This is what I would succeed on. If I had an MT of 2, a might of 2, I would succeed on these 2 variables, but the 1 isn't correct. So you have to play it with this special die. You cannot play it with just a regular D10. If I wanted to backhack this, I mean, and I said I was going to kind of do that a little bit. If I wanted to backhack this, effectively what it is, it's a 1d10 with every success adding like you pretty much have a 50% chance. So it's like we'll say like a 10 to, if we kind of break it down, like 10 would be a crit, 9 to 5 would be a success. If you want to be like wonky about it, you would effectively have to count down your attributes to do this correctly. That's the curse thing. You would need to count down your attributes. But that doesn't work for future bits. But effectively, it would be 4 to 2 would be a attribute success, and then a 1 would be a critical fail. Now, if this seems a little bit confusing for you, it's because they want you to buy the special dice for $10 a piece. Again, it's the actual mathematics behind doing this is a little bit fucky-wucky. There's also the other option, which is 1 to 5 is a success. Actually, no, it'd be 1 would be, 1 is a critical, critical. 2 to 5 would be a standard. 6 to 9 would be a numerical standard. And a 10 would be a crit fail. Yeah, you understand why this is a little bit weird and doesn't quite work the way they want it to. But it works fine if you buy the special dice. You're seeing already things be a little bit wonky. Things aren't quite correct. Now, this is one of those weird bits, so we're gonna do I'm gonna do my best to explain this. So, that AD is very important. So yeah, you roll the action die is abbreviated by A. Jesus, hello phone. What's up, phone? What do you want to do? You want to tell me something fun, exciting? You want to cool my jets a little bit? So, anytime you're going to be rolling it, you're going to be rolling this. However, anytime you need to do an adjusted difficulty, what's going to happen? It's going to be a +1, +2, -1, -2. It's going to be something like that. So, let's say, for example, the Everkin Archer. Oh no, spots a secret passageway. Move the statue. She has to make a might check. -2. She rolls AD2 to see if she's successful. All right, easy enough to understand. Not quite. So if Mira's posting the statue downhill, say the easy MT check, AD +1. Is that +1 to the value needed for success? Okay, easy enough that we're getting there. Since normally AD2 based on her MT, and the easy MT check adds an additional +1. Okay. That's 4. Okay. This is where things start getting a little bit wonky. You get things like base AD. Where it's like, okay, in combat, you're going to be making a dexterity-based check. Dexterity is a king stat when it comes to combat. So, this can modify your base AD down, up and down in various distinct locations. This base AD is very important. So, you kind of see base AD of 1, he's kind of rolling here. We look at Dents here, for example. He has a base AD of 1 because he's wearing leather armor. However, anytime he wants to attack with his scimitar, he's going to be rolling an 82. He's going to be taking his action die, he's going to roll, and he's going to try to hit. He's going to be making that 82 check, attempting to hit that. But again, you're only really going to be rolling 1 action die for most things. That's the point. This is just the modifier. This isn't the number of action die. This is just the value in which you will succeed on that action die. Except when you start hitting 0. Make an action check with success will only be achieved by rolling a success icon. Critical failure. Oh no, you fucking fail. Critical success. Okay. When attacking the quiz roll, the player will roll a 6-sided crit die to determine the impact. Yep, everyone got a crit die now. Have no fear, because now there are special things that go on. You roll just a torch, you get the crit effect. 2 stars in the torch, double the damage and the crit effect will apply. Or either deal normal damage or apply a crit effect without damage. Roll effect, I always choose normal damage. Yes, with your critical, you can just do normal shit. That's an option. And I love my favorite option of just normal. And like, oh, well, these are your crit effects. You disarm a foe. You use axes. You cause bleed. You do hammers. You do polearm. I didn't really write down the crit effects because they don't tell you in the hero handbook. You kind of see all here. Very simple in how it's actually going to be doing things. But have no fear, everybody. Have no fear. There's also the defense die. You know, the defense die, which is different from everything else. Anytime you're going to be making like a difficulty to achieve an action, result in rolling a defense die at the same time as the action die. There's a 6-sided die that has icons on 5 faces. 3 of the faces of a shield icon indicate that the action was blocked. Icons is rolled and the action automatically fails, regardless of the roll in the action die. If it was rolled, the defense die has a torch symbol on its face. If rolled, the action is not blocked, but the combatant rolling the defense guys gets +1 of armor protection. To give you an idea of what this means, it's a little bit funky in how they choose to handle it, and I'm going to try my best to kind of iterate. I'm making an attack against you. I roll. I've succeeded. I'm going to hit you with my weapon. You can say, oh no, I'm going to use I have a defense die, so I'm going to roll my defense die. Oh, I rolled the shield. It just doesn't happen. You've succeeded on a check. I've just mitigated your success. I hate this. I hate this so fucking much. You have no idea. Because instead of it being proactive, it's a reactive negation. Instead of being like, okay, I'm going to defend myself, that means it's harder for you to hit me. Or, hey, since I'm defending myself, I get a bonus to dodge. Or I get a bonus to, I get to do an action to dodge. What this is, in fact, is you've succeeded, I've made a roll, you do not succeed anymore. I don't do anything, you don't do anything, you just don't succeed even though your dice has said you do. I do not like this. At all. Actively dislike it even. You may even say, I hate it. Okay, so we're good. In similar example, 82 stacking value and value is an empty torch. It's the attacker's chance of success or changes from 82 to 81. Yeah, I don't get that's the idea of the torch. It's like, oh, you have higher armor, but you can retroactively stop something. Hey, you rolled a 2? Sorry, I rolled a torch. That means you failed. Like, again, it's one of those, like, really bizarre way of looking at it. I'm like, why would anybody play it this way? But then I think about it, does Lore Master just roll the dice for you? If Lore Master rolls the dice for you and does everything like this for you, well, here's the secret. I'm gonna do a secret for you, everybody. You ready to do a secret of like why this is a little bit of roll 1d? Oh wow, let's just roll a bunch of dice. Okay, here's a bunch of dice. Let's roll this. Oh yeah, I got a 90 on it. Took me 5 seconds to do. Hey everybody, I want to add a D15. We'll throw a D15 in there. All right, roll. Ooh, wow. Never seen this fucking thing. Oh, let's add some D12. Let's add some D8s in there. Let's add some D20s. Let's roll it all at once. Wow, it's almost like it's an immediate fucking result that has zero anything in it. Because it's an automatic thing. It's automatic. You don't have to think about it. if you were to play this physically, I have zero idea. Like, that would be so fucking awkward to play this automatically. And I play this on the table. Especially when you can have multiple different things giving you different die, different defense die. Multiple die are increasing the chance of blocking the attack. It's like, oh, no. Opposed checks are... Opposed checks. See, this is one of those beautiful things that don't make any sense unless you understand that the system is supposed to be played online with a map, and I don't think with actual, like, dice. The AD is determined by the difference between the aggressor's and defender's ability score. So if I have a 3, you have a 2, it's now 1. So it's saying like, hey, if I have the advantage, I have to beat you. Or actually, no, I even fucking misread that. Combatant has a higher score, gets to roll the opposed check and determine if they are successful. So if you have an MT of 1, I have an MT of 2, I make the check. You don't. Wow, I hate that. Yeah, so it's like, oh, Callahan the Great must make an opposed might check with an attempt to hold the door of smashing troll open. No, he does do that. Oh, Jesus. 83 MT check. Banlord's KN of 6, Sendaro's KN of 8. Sendaro gets to roll. Yeah. Yay, special dice, grapple check. Yeah, we like grapple check. Fucking grapple checks are the worst. Yep. It's awesome. Yep, this is where things start getting wonkier. Result in 80 between 0 and 4. Adjust the AD below, resulting in a negative number. When this happens, the AD of the roll is 0, and action taken with misfortune. You have to re-roll the dice additional times, and you have to take the worst result. So if you ever have something like an AD -1, you're effectively rolling 2d10, trying to get a success on both die, which is going to be, your chances of success are minimal at best, because it's 50-50 each time. That's what it is, 50-50, because you don't get any of your bonuses anymore. And, misfortune 2, it must roll 2 extra times, maximum possible. 3 fucking times, and you're going to be rolling the AD die. It's like, yeah, TM turn fortune. Fortune not granted by chasing AD result greater than 4. Circumstance result in AD above 4. Result is still 4. Simple as can be. Then we're going to start getting into combat, which is kind of going to do this a little bit stranger. But one of the ideas is that almost everything is going to be based on this grid system. Whoever you're facing is very important. Whoever's on your side is very important. You getting attacked from behind is also equally terrible. You don't want to be in a bad situation. You don't want to get flanked or anything like that. One of the most important things, though, is embattled. Which is, if anybody steps within these tiles, effectively, step within kind of like your melee, what we consider like melee range, they're becoming embattled. They have to stop their movement immediately. They just end. Standing in front of hexes with foes are embattled. Foes reach with special ability that grants them ability to attack a creature 2 hexes away. They become embattled by your foe when you move within 2 hexes of the foe. Yeah, it's like you can... That's one of the big ideas is you want to position yourself in a way to effectively do Blood Bowl blocking. And yes, this is Blood Bowl, by the way. Because in the idea is that you want to... In this situation, you don't want to position somebody like an ally like right. You don't want to position ally like right here, for example. You'd want to position them about right here to cover the most amount of embattled positions possible, the most amount of block zones. That's how that works. One of the big things is you're going to have to be facing the foe at all points. You can't be making full movement. You can't even be doing things. You have to stick by your enemy as long as you are embattled with them. So, for example, if there was someone standing like right here, and there's another person right here, they can't move because they're embattled with both people. They are now stuck in that position and you're supposed to wail on them. No, you're not embattled in the side hex. You don't stop when you first enter a side hex or rear hex. Not attack you on melee, you are not embattled by them. Yeah. It's great. I love it. It's a truly amazing system of playing a video game on the table. I know, wacky. Now, starting position of all encounter, both friend and foe alike. Because Lore Master will guide you through actually how to make your encounter, including where to place everybody, where's all the enemies, what are the enemy actions going to be, as well as your battle conditions. Ooh, we did it. Good job, team. So, you do actually want to keep track of enemies, because remember, you're not playing this on the app, you're playing the actual game on the table by like moving pieces around. And it's like, but why? Just make a video. Like Blood Bowl did this, even though Blood Bowl 3 is kind of a disaster area, apparently. In Pericle, since there was no human game master, the players must take the role playing the enemies. Oh, you'll be moving enemy standees, roll the dice as enemies attack the heroes. Yeah, so if the player's like, no, and they just say, no, you don't do it. And you're like, well, that's not very fair. I know, that's the problem. The Lore Master will display the actions the enemy's foes will take, including movement strategy and action strategy. These foes can take and aren't listed in this rulebook, because yes, there are things that foes can do that you can't do. And one interesting and very important note is that there are no enemies in this book. There are none. There are not a single enemy in the book, actually. And it's like, oh, what do you mean there's no enemies in the book? There just are none. You don't get any of those enemies because that's... Oh! Yeah, such, like... Lore Master has no knowledge of the game board. Lore Master doesn't have a lot of knowledge because the Lore Master's a fucking choose-your-own-adventure novel. In addition to guiding enemy through each turn, you're going to be listing conditional conditions that may override that turn-by-turn strategy. The ogre isn't going to step into the fire. The dwarf warrior isn't going to try to fight a fellow dwarf. It's going to be something like that. He wants to attack somebody else. He don't want to step into fire. He doesn't want to get hurt. He wants to run away. That's the entire idea. But again, here's the beautiful thing. You, the players, have to be the one to decide that. The Lore Master can be like, oh, well, here's a bunch of little, like, things that he's not going to decide to do. You miss one, it's over. Like, it's like, oh, well, we don't want to do that. The Lore Master, starts reeing and, like, this isn't why did you beat it so quickly? Because it was stupid and because we made it stupid? Like, that kind of defeats the purpose of not having a GM then. Yeah, because everything is based on these three very basic actions. You roll your initiative, pretty simple. Tactics, discipline, the hero will increment their action die by 1. Pretty much it's, like most RPGs, initiative roll every single turn and only one initiative check is made for the entire party of heroes. Yep, you're going to roll your initiative every turn. And then everyone's going to act on the same turn. So it's either whether or not the party goes first or last. And unless someone picks up tactics, which someone should pick up tactics, because that allows you to go faster. Faster. If only I had Cole to post the faster. It's great. It's awesome. I'm reaching for an empty coffee cup because I've lost control of my life. Delicious coffee. Delicious. Ah, God. So, pretty much you're going to... It's whether or not you choose to move first or not. That's kind of like the big thing. It's do you want the enemy to move or do you want to move into position first? That's pretty much it. Easy enough to understand. There are times it's advantageous to let the enemy move. Not. So you just move their movement. But remember, this is important. This is very important. Very important. You got a very set movement value. I have a movement value of 6 because 5 is the default, but I picked up the running discipline. That's it. So yeah, movement scores for here tend to range between 3 and 6 hexes. Now, you may not move through another standing combatant. Easy enough to understand. However, you may move through a hex with a prone combatant. You can try to jump over things for AD plus 2. You can try to do a bunch of things. Movement phase, each hero should plan their actions for later. Oh no. Generally speaking, it's going to be the very simplistic idea of what you want to do. I want to hurt someone. I want to cast a spell. I want to charge my weapon. I want to withdraw from a foe. I want to fetch an item. I want to drink a potion. I want to open a door. I want to do a thing. If you ever get embattled, you're going to have to deal with them. Unless you use the withdraw action, which stops you from being embattled, which allows you to move out of that. The problem is with moving out of that is you're wasting a turn effectively. That's how it goes. Battle and you pivot from a foe's front hex that you move right side hex, you'll no longer be embattled. Yeah, like you need to kind of move away or you need to get away. That's how it works. Yeah, being grappled is a very very arduous task. I don't know why they made grappling like so important, but like there's a lot of grappling rules. Just being able to like move around, being able to like shift people around. You can movement and reposition yourself to kind of face how you want to do things. Generally speaking, you always want to be facing the enemy unless you absolutely do not want to be doing that. How enemies will face their standees. Note when repositioning may change with adjacent combats are embattled and not in battle. Oh no, you can embattle different foes. Jumping is a movement activity. Flying is a movement activity. So, yeah, actions that can be taken after moving 1 hex or less. Actions that can be taken after moving more than 1 hex. Yeah, if you're playing a ranger, you're not gonna move. You're gonna sit there like a bitch and fire your bow like a bitch. If you actually want to do something useful, you charge up forward and be the brick shithouse. Just run up there and beat someone to death. That's the plan. That's the game plan. That's the idea. That's what you're going to be doing. Good job, team. We did it. Ooh. Last little. Ooh, goodness gracious. Give me a moment. I need to use the divine room. Alright, welcome back to the divine room of my suffering. This is the divinity of the grind. Yeah, oh jeez. What are people doing? What are you doing? No, no, oh no! Why are people pinging me? What? Why would you ping me that? What? No, why does this exist? But yes, one of the actions available, full movement again, is you have the option of only doing one action per turn, and the vast majority of them are going to be pretty simple. Playing a warrior is going to be a lot more maneuvering around than playing a caster or an archer. Now, doing some basic judge work, kind of doing some, kind of like deduction, deductive reasoning, because that's what I like to pretend I can do anyway. I wonder if I can find like a good map for things. We kind of look here. We go to campaign a little bit. We go over here. Tell me more about the maps. Tell me more about the maps. Yeah, you kind of see here, like, the maps are not huge. Like, they aren't like massive things. This isn't hundreds. Yeah. I hate you, Nerd Sloth, by the way. I will fucking kill you and your family in Minecraft. But yeah, you kind of see this. Like, it's not very large. It's not very, like, not being able to move a lot isn't like a major. Yeah. Let's play a game, everyone. This is completely unseen. 360, 36. I didn't see this video. I thought this was just like a little like introduction video. What the fuck? Okay, let's watch a video.
The story can be viewed in text mode, which is what you'll see in today's playthrough. You'll be able to go back to previous chapters to review the story to date, which is especially helpful between sessions. A page will be devoted to NPCs that you've encountered, and another page to show maps of the world. You'll also be We teach the game tutorial combats through interactions with NPCs.
So this is how it's done. This is how it's done. This is how a fucking lore master works. Because look at this right here. Did any hero succeed with the lore check? It doesn't track it. You have to roll everything. Oh my Jesus fucking Christ. Right in it. Is that the reason? Like, I don't know if anyone's actually here right now. I don't know if I'm just talking to the void. But I'm actually genuinely curious. Like, would any of you play this? So someone still needs to be a GM and input things into the app. No, it's the idea is you have your computer set up. Okay, now in your mind's eye, you're sitting around the table. You have a computer set up there. And you need to make a lore check and see if they understand Elvish phrase. And what you would do is then you would all roll, and then someone would have to go to the computer and then hit no or yes. If you hit yes, someone succeeded. If no one did succeed, you'd hit no. Because it's like a choose your own adventure. Now, normally in like solo RPGs, there's usually like a method for this. There's usually like a thing to kind of like mitigate this.
And through skill checks. More disciplines and spells.
Yeah.
Just so that we know, we just finished a fight number 2. So congratulations.
So yeah. Looks like you can play it on Roll20. Boy, how are you playing this on Roll20? This was a year ago.
You may now advance your hero to its next iteration, right? Winning the fight. I know there's been lots of questions in Discord about how often do you get XP. It's slow. It stands amidst raucous applause. Even the Margrave and the Queen begins advertising are unlikely to be flayed to the brink of the best.
I want to know why he's willing to give us a healing potion. That's up to you, Daryl.
Yeah, so it's like question Iskandar. I want to see this in action.
Yellow hexes. Loremaster also describes specific encounter conditions, details of the encounter, and the enemy statistics like HP and abilities. When you're ready to start the combat, click the battle button. Loremaster will explain enemy tactics, including special tactics, each turn. As with other parts of Loremaster, the combat screen will be reskinned with Kickstarter funding. To see this combat encounter played on the tabletop, check out our gameplay video.
I am befuddled. I'm just flabbergasted. I'm befuddled. What? That was the first time I really saw Loremaster in action, because like I didn't like there's got to be a combat video, right? Yeah, okay, the combat demo. Let's watch the combat demo, everybody. All right, gamers, we're gaming. We gotta watch this. Also, watch Ginger Root Loretta. Very good music.
This playthrough only covers combat situations. Create a hero. Select attributes and determine bonuses. Choose skills, disciplines, and spells, then select weapons, armor, and gear. Loremaster will guide the players on encounter setup, including which map to use and where to place minis. When attempting a skill check, in this case an athletics check to jump off the boat, players will consult Loremaster, then roll the action die to determine success. The first phase of every turn is initiative. Players roll to see if they get to move first. The next phase is the movement phase. Because they won initiative, all player heroes will move first, before the enemies move. Each hero may move a number of hexes up to their movement score.
Yeah, the
Heroes
maps are
must
huge.
stop moving when they come into striking range of an enemy. This is called embattled. Embattling enemies by moving adjacent to them is an important tactical maneuver. If heroes move too far, they won't be able to take certain actions later in the turn, like cast a spell, so they might choose to move only one hex. Polearms can reach 2 hexes. This hero has a spear, so he can embattle the Hydra from 2 hexes away, whereas the Hydra does not embattle him. Polearms can control a battlefield by preventing foes from approaching too closely. Heroes attack, cast spells, and take other actions during the actions phase. An action die roll against the hero's AD rank determines if the action is successful. The next hero successfully casts a spell. Spellcasting drains hit points from heroes, causing exhaustion. This player's spell cost was 2 exhaustion, so 2 cubes were moved from the hit point pool to the exhaustion pool. The Loremaster will determine the actions of the enemies. Players then roll the enemy attack rolls. Hydras attack multiple times, and in this session, the Hydra scored a critical hit. The protection score from a hero's armor is subtracted from the damage. Since this hero is so badly wounded, she's going to choose to defend as her action during the next turn, which gives us, in this example, the archer is targeting a foe that is behind the die to attempt to negate the attack. Very tactical, because the
Jesus fucking Christ, the fuck are you moron smoking? Like, because that's exactly what I'm thinking. Okay, I'm not insane then, because you're going to be not moving a lot. It's going to be a very slow game at points because it's tactical, and that base AD is very important. Very important. Yeah, you're going to be making the... I'm just flabbergasted. Yeah, let's see. Hen attacking, the attacker rolls an action die equal to their base AD to determine the attack hits. Yeah, it's very much going to be like, oh, do you hit, do you not? It's not really reactive. Players are going to be rolling against them. They're going to be rolling against the players. If this was if everything was player facing, I could see this working a little bit easier. And what I mean by player facing is, the enemy runs up to you, he's going to hit you, make a defense check. Oh no, the enemy is casting a spell, make a knowledge check to negate the spell. Hey, this person's doing this. It's just the heroes rolling. I could see that working, but no, enemies roll too. Alright, that's interesting. Yeah, whenever you hit, you immediately take damage from an attack. Damage for weapons combination of D6s and D4s. Yeah, you don't have a lot of... The thing is, you don't actually have a absurd amount of damage. You don't do an absurd amount of damage. Then you'll subtract, let's say, which 3 points of armor protection is a small shield, which provide 1 point of armor protection. So, for example, if we go to Dense, he wants to hit someone with his sword, his good old scimitar. He's going to take 1d6 plus 1d4. He's going to roll. I roll 2 damage. If they have 2 armor, it does nothing. Or, oh, hey, I want to use my dagger and stab someone. I rolled a 6. Wow, I've done 2. Woo! Oh, no. Oh, wow. +2 on your AD to the foe hit with a melee weapon does not change the order in which you attack, only likelihood that you will hit your enemy. Attack turn order 2. Lore Master may describe combat circumstance without adjust your attack action die. Detailed scenario may state that your hero is standing at the table attacking enemies. Yeah. Melee attacks, pretty simple, range attacks. Generally speaking, spears. And if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me about any questions here. I can go over... I'm kind of rushing through some things because it's like a little bit hard. It's a little bit weird to talk about. But if you ever want me to go over something, just tell me. I'll go over it or give my thoughts on it at least. Because this is one of those things that I am just fucking flummoxed of like why it exists. That's my thing. Like, I'm going to try to give you guys like a rundown of everything, but I'm only human. I'm only human after all. Yeah, drawing lines. There's line of sight cover is very important. You kind of see here, like, this is complete cover. This is no cover. This is partial cover. This is partial cover because you can be partial covered by your allies even. That's, yeah. Allies and enemies do provide cover in their own right. That's cool. Partial cover because that, although both lines pass through a wagon, Lore Master indicates that only provides partial cover. Yeah, if you're defending, you have to declare that you're defending. If you are defending, cool. You don't do anything, you just get a defend die, which is very important. Grappling. Yeah, this is the fucking nightmare of grappling. I'm going to try to do my best to kind of explain grappling as succinctly as possible. Effectively, when you run up to an enemy and you want to grapple them, it's going to be your grapple score versus their grapple score. If you have higher, you're going to be using yours. You grab them, you roll to the ground. That's going to create a grapple pile. You're both on the ground now, you're both prone, and you're both trying to like beat the shit out of one another. If you will succeed, you make a melee attack against the grappled defender. Now attack with weapons while in a grapple, except with a knife, dagger, guitar, or cestus. Now, interesting, like sometimes enemies will grapple you immediately. This is bad. Now, technically, anyone can join the grapple pile. If you want to dogpile somebody, just jump on the grapple pile. You're grabbing them, they're grabbing you, it's a fucking mess. You inhabit the same tile, but you're on top of one another, effectively. They even kind of state, like, the attacker moves with the defender's hex. Both combatants fall prone in a grapple pile. The standees, without bases, for both combatants will be stacking the same hex to indicate they're prone. Because, yeah, you need the standees to play as well, fun fact. If you are actions while you grapple, you can draw a weapon. You can attack with your hands. You can defend yourself. You can attempt to cast spells. People are trying to like stop you from casting spells. It's a fucking mess. If you can attempt to hurt people in the grapple pile. However, you're going to need to make a check to miss allies. Not to hit necessarily, but to hit and miss your allies. So if you're stabbing, effectively, if you're stabbing into, the pile of people currently fighting each other, you'll probably stab your friend because you're a stupid moron. Casting a spell, you're going to be paying exhaustion. Your health is going to be converted into exhaustion. So you can technically down yourself by virtue of just casting too many spells. I think this is fine. A little bit weird, but it's fine. Yeah, you kind of see for a crit when casting spell, there's no exhaustion cost for the spell. If you continue it, obviously there's going to be some. There aren't many spells. There's enough to be kind of interesting. So, resolve the results, renew spells, just fucking run away. Prone actions. Hey, you're prone. You're on your ass. Draw new weapons. Which is somewhat important, as you are encouraged to have like multiple weapons. So for example, my normal weapons is scimitar and my shield. I have a scimitar in one hand, I have my shield in the other. I'm washing up to you, I'm trying to slash at you with my sword and hit you with my shield. I'm in a grapple, you've jumped on me, I've jumped on you. I can use my action to bring out my guitar and start trying to stab you with my guitar, because guitars are funny, and even though they suck in chivalry too. They do suck. Fix it, Torn Banner, please, I'm begging you. Mashallah, I'm begging you. I've always attempted to use guitars, and the guitars do not work. Every single time they backfire on me. But yeah, that's kind of like, you're supposed to be kind of like switching out weapons. Normally you get 3 weapons to begin with, or you can sub out one of your starting weapons for a shield. I wanted the shield. Because bucklers. Yeah, other actions. Technically, you can befriend an animal. Yeah, befriend an animal does not have an athletic score, so use base AD. Yeah. Yeah, do you like technically befriended animal? I don't know if this is going to be like pretty consistent, like pretty consistently. Like, oh boy, it's time for befriended animals or something to show. I don't know if that's going to be like a consistent thing. Choose to enter a grapple pile, jumping, crawling, flying creatures. So, this is another really weird fucking thing that I asked about, and they didn't really give me a good answer. They gave me a really bad answer, so I'm going to say they gave me a bad answer about it, because it's very strange in that regard. What happens if you die? If you reach 0 hit points, they become unconscious, fall prone. Players can choose to play Pericle in 2 modes. Adventure mode. If the heroes die, if a hero hits negative HP or lower, they die. Heroes die will create a new hero to replace the dead. Joins the other heroes in the party when they reach a recovery and have a chance to sleep, shop, or train. Healing potions and salves and berries are given to unconscious heroes. In combat, they require a moderate can check to administer, and they cannot be administered but if the administering hero is in battle. Failure, hero's turn is still used. With success, the unconscious hero wakes up, remains prone, and cannot act with them until the next turn. Yeah, if the party is unable to revive an unconscious hero after combat, that hero dies. Adventure mode's pretty fucking brutal. If you hit 0, you are fuck-a-doodle dude. Like, unless you have like a pretty smart person to kind of help you out with that, and even then it's not guaranteed. Then you get Saga mode. Saga mode. Heroes do not die. They become unconscious. They can be revived by teammates immediately after a combat scenario. Revived heroes have 1 HP. While heroes in the party are unconscious in a battle, players replay the encounter to get a better result. The players replay the encounter to get a better result. The players replay the encounter to get a better result. And you know what? The lore master can't track it. Remember that. The lore master cannot track the board. They do not know, they do not understand. It is a blind and deaf individual. So if something goes wrong, you just reset the board effectively. You don't tell Lore Master you're resetting, you just reset the board and try again. However, you might see that little note at the end there. See, because pretty much if you get heroes karma, some players may choose to give their heroes one free karma daily. They're heroes after all. Well, karma is a resource. Players may choose to handle death for their heroes differently. One player wishes to play in saga mode, where another player in the party chooses adventure mode. You create new heroes when their hero dies. Enemies die when they hit 0 HP. You can technically have, let's say, a party of 4. You can have 3 people in adventure mode and 1 person in saga mode. Nothing is stopping you from doing that. And I asked him about that. Hey, that doesn't quite work the way that I think you are thinking it's going to work. And I don't think that is physically possible, because this is very different ways of approaching it. And the answer was, if I go back here to hello, trusted member. If I go back to it real fast, where are you? We currently don't have plans. For games where some players choose saga mode and some adventure mode, you're correct that hero death would be dealt with on a player-by-player basis. According to the mode chosen, adventure mode heroes would have the more persistent life after death of that mode. In saga mode, heroes would outright die. That was the other way around, but yeah, no, technically you would just... Effectively, what they're proposing here doesn't work. This is not an actual word, this is not an actual thing that occurs. This is impossible. For some unholy reason that they decided to put this rule. Now, if this was you gotta choose this as before you begin, that's different. They did it. They said individual players. This is a very distinct reason. No fucking idea why. That's stupid. You're really stupid. Just change that. It's not hard, guys. Just make it a one word change. The party may choose to handle. Just say the party. The party, when a hero becomes unconscious, all spells hero cast requires exhaustion cost. Yeah, it's generally speaking, you're on your ass, effectively. You're dying, you're not doing to it. If you do die, you increase from 3 to 4 heroes and need to make a new hero. Then you just click the new hero screen. You start with new gear. This new hero starts with all the gear from the deceased. The new hero may start with all the gear from the deceased or retired hero. Hero does not taste additional starting wealth. Ignore the rules for wealth of a starting hero. Ooh. All possessions of the deceased hero are willed to relatives or next of kin, and all possessions from retired heroes are taken with them into retirement. Ooh. Yeah, yeah, it's great. I love it. Yeah, you begin with new things. Surprise, you get the basic surprise rounds, how that go. Choosing enemy actions, you're going to be doing things like that pretty much. You do rotate enemy standees. Now, these are things that the monsters can do. Grappling expertise, overrunning, poisoning. Karma's a little bit interesting because Karma's a reroll. You can reroll any dice you feel like. If you want to reroll damage, cool. You want to reroll someone else's die, you can. What you're going to need to do is you're going to need to force reroll to do things. You gain Karma by spending XP though. That's a little weird. Because again, you can't be rewarded Karma. It's not like the GM being like, you get Karma. No. Unless you play Saga mode, of course. Because if you play Saga mode, you get a free Karma daily. So, yeah, fuck you. Can you fail encounters at all? Do you keep retrying until you win and advance the story? I have no idea. Genuinely speaking, But 5, I have no idea. Because you can do one of two scenarios. If you're playing as, like, if anybody is playing in Saga mode, they're not dead. They don't lose. You just get back up and do it again. And he never addressed that. He never talked about that being like, oh, wait, because what could, in theory, what could occur is, let's say you have 4 party members. Let's say you got your four fucking party members here. Okay? Easy enough to understand. Now, what can occur is 3 of the party members are in adventure mode. You fail an encounter, they die. 1 player is playing Saga mode. They die, but they can't die. They restart the encounter. Those 3 would technically have to make new characters to restart the encounter with the other person. Or you just restart the encounter entirely and you just don't tell Lore Master that it happened. So yes, you are correct. You just keep retrying until you win. I guess. Like, there's no rule, there's no answer there. It's just you just keep retrying because it's not, because again, Lore Master cannot. Lore Master is not keeping track of this, by the way. You got to remember that. It's a very important thing to remember. Lore Master is not keeping track of where you are in the combat field, what people's HPs are. It's not a VTT. It's not. It is a... It's running itself to just give you... It's barfing forth apocalyptia. It's barfing forth a bunch of things. Sounds like a product with an identity crisis. Yes. And it's worse the fact that when you start considering the fact of, like, yes, like, why did you make this? I kept asking myself, like, why? It's not even a mech. You can't play the game. Like, it's a physical impossibility unless you pay the money to buy all the special dice. Experience point. You get very little experience point. End of a combat once all enemies from an encounter are defeated. 1 XP. We'll get to see, like, in a moment, I'll kind of tell you why that's a little bit fucky-wucky. You know, you can, everything's very slow. I think it's very quiet. Everything's very low. Well, unless one of the players kind of sits around being like, do you just want to recover everyone's HP at the end of every account? Yeah, we can just do that. Okay. Yeah. And then everyone just, yeah, just recover it. Or you can just listen to the Game Master, and it might give you a recovery, it might give you a rest. Who knows? You don't really get that option. Skill checks are a little bit weird. You may be wondering, why are they telling us about skill checks all the way down here? Effectively, these act as their own mini skills, you know, their mini attributes in a way. So, for example, Dense here. Dense has 1 in athletics, 1 in perception, 1 in scoundrel. So if he's making a perception check, he would do 81. If he makes an athletics check, 81. But that's different from a might check or a knowledge check or a dex check. That's different from those. They're in their own independent thing. You know, will dictate the result of a successful or failed skill check. Yeah. Carrying capacity, yay, carrying capacity, woo! Love carrying capacity, their might +2. So yeah, no, it's dealing how my might is 3, I have a carrying capacity of 5. Gear that are not weapons or armor. Yeah, no, all armor is 1 point. Let me see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think I'm like right, I'm fine when it comes to weapons. Magic item capacity, rune stones. You don't really technically learn magic normally. You have to use rune stones to do it. You find that and it's like, oh, it's a amethyst rune stone. Rune stone of speed. Give weapons a second attack at 80-0. A diamond rune stone. You can imbue this on weapons. Equipping items. You can have 1 on your head, 1 on your neck, 3 on your person, 1 on your torso, 1 on your back, 1 on your belt, 1 set of gloves, 1 set of bracers, 2 rings, 1 set of footwear. Optional rules. lock picking, darkness. If you want darkness, ammo. That's an ammo. That's a thing. And then magic item purchase. If you have the magic item compendium, you don't need the magic item compendium, by the way. Now you may be wondering, now Notepad, you didn't even talk about making characters, because that's in a separate book entirely. This is the hero creation book. So to give a rundown of that, before creating your hero, make sure you go here, please. These are our sample characters. It only gets worse from here, everybody. You only have technically 3 stats. Remember that: might, dex, knowledge. So you get 5 points to begin with. So 4, 1, 0. This is garbage tier. Dex is king. Dex saves lives. Knowledge is very important as well. And now there's a good reason you can kind of, if you want to be a little bit like persnickety about things, 2-2-1 is going to do pretty good. Or if you really want it, you can do like a 2-1-2. And you'll see why that's kind of valuable in its own way. You're going to select your ancestry. Who are you? Who are you? The Everkin. Look, everyone, it's the Everkin. They're the best piss-pockets, wizards, and warriors have been Everkin who have taken up adventuring and pair blade and magic with their impressive mental abilities. These are halflings. Elf. We like elf. These are wizards. Humans just get a shit ton more XP. That's all they get. They get a shit ton more XP, which is very powerful, by the way. The Odorim, noble and stoic, with eyes that flicker with inherent magic. Odorim are mystical and intriguing. They possess a quick mind molded by study of magic. Of all the Pericles' ancestries, Odorim are more cerebral. Yeah, they just get one ability, which is they can learn magic slightly cheaper than other people. You know, not the, you have a shit ton of abilities already here, you get a shit ton of things here, like dark vision, you know, dark vision. Dwarves just get more HP. Technically, I didn't write in my HP correctly, so I should have 16 HP. Now, can anybody point out to me what's a little bit fucky-wucky here? Can anybody point it out to me? I'm like Dora the fucking Explorer of bad decisions. Now, the astute observer may see that knowledge gives you bonus XP. Knowledge gives you bonus XP, everybody. Oh boy. Yeah. Weirdly enough, knowledge gives you bonus experience if you use your initial 5 on it, which allows you, but knowledge also is your ability to use new abilities and new things. So you need to have a decent knowledge score to do just about anything. Generally speaking, having a knowledge of like 1 or 2 at character creation is going to make sure that you can do a lot of things. It's going to make your life a lot easier. And it may be like, oh, well, knowledge and, you know, dexterity and might and all that, those are obviously all the same, right? They are not. They are not. So, yeah, you're only going to get about 20, 25 maybe if you dump a, you know, point of KN in there. If you're human, you get 30, which is pretty good, and we'll get to the reason why. You wouldn't be able to buy your disciplines, spells, any skills. And this is what I mean. Raising your might or dex is 8 experience. Raising your knowledge is 3. 3! Technically, I did this wrong, by the way. I didn't see this note right here. So technically, I put a knowledge here that I shouldn't have, because I realized that it's going to be really boring without it. But generally speaking, it's like, why is knowledge different? Like a different price? It's so bizarre to me. It's so weird. Like, why? And why is the, oh, and another thing, Long Dog Games, if you choose to watch this at all, I don't know why you would. Why are you putting this here and not in the advancement section? This is going to confuse people. Then you get to choose all your weapons you want. Any weapon you choose. However, if you do one that's a little bit too strong for you, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have a penalty to using it. Now, therefore, all starting equipment is free of charge. You have no money. You can purchase additional gear. Generally speaking, each of these are going to be doing something different. Swords are going to be easier to hit. Pole arms are going to have reach. Range is going to be able to for you to hit people. Hammers are going to have armor pen, and axes are going to have slightly bonus damage. Now, with a might of 3, you can have access to a good chunk of things. Not the best, but you're going to have a good chunk. Having a higher might is generally going to enable you to use things. Even using a crossbow, using a war bow, using any of these things is going to require you're going to need something. If you want to be efficient about things, one might is going to let you at least use a sling in one hand and a weapon in the other. So just sling and stab people. If you want to be really efficient here, well, kids, if you really want to be super efficient, you want to be like, oh man, I want to be super efficient. I want to be very, very good. I want to be very, very astute. Technically, you can have a spear in one hand and a sling in the other, and keep them at bay by stabbing them with a spear and hitting them with a sling. That's entirely possible. I don't know why you would, but you can. Yeah, so this is what you're supposed to kind of like write things in here. It's common for heroes with no armor because you're actually going to take a dex penalty. This is a pretty nasty dex penalty as well, unless you start bumping that up. Which, again, every combat encounter is going to give you 1, maybe 2 experience points. And you know what that means. That means you're going to be suffering. You're going to be suffering if you equipped any armor. I hate wearing armor. Shields, most everyone who picks a shield is going to just pick up a buckler. Because it's 1 and it's just like pretty good. You don't really want to have negative AD. If you ever have negative AD, you fucked. Now, these are we kind of go down, most of this is just calculations of things. Calculate your grappling score, your initiative bonus, your standees. These are your various, disciplines. All of these require a knowledge rating. If you don't have the right knowledge rating, oh, I'm so sorry. You just fucked up. No one likes you. 10 XP. When you choose to attack with a javelin or spear during the action phase, you may take an additional attack at 80 -3. Use in conjunction with other disciplines that add attacks like Shield Bash. Running just gives you more movement. Shield Bash 1. You make an additional attack during your turn with a shield at 80 -2 against an adjacent foe. Yeah, there's a few of these that go throughout, and there's quite a few, but you're going to need to have the right knowledge score to do things. And if you don't have the right knowledge score, you're just kind of fucked in that regard. Spells kind of operate the same way. You kind of see here, depending on your knowledge, you're going to be able to kind of go down very certain categories. Like, oh, hey, it's a curse. You can do, trip. You can pick up grease. You can pick up arcane storm. But the thing is, most of these are also, you can only buy a certain number of them. You're restricted by the amount of XP. Humans are the best because humans get everything for free unless you're playing one of the other races, which get these as bonuses. But that's like one of the powerful things about the elves. Where knowledge for learning spells reduced by 1 point for forest elves. So if you have knowledge 1, you can pick up knowledge 2 spells. Pretty easy. These guys just get it cheaper. Just cheaper. Yay, cheap. That's Berkeley. That's all I can really say about him. I don't like this game. You want to know why I don't like this game? Very simply, everybody. I do not like this game because it doesn't know what the fuck it is. Doesn't know what it is. Doesn't know what it wants to be. Does it want to be a board game? It's like Gloomhaven, but it's not Gloomhaven. That's the problem. It's not Gloomhaven. Do you want to, because Gloomhaven, actually, the thing is like Gloomhaven is it's a very structured experience and it's built around that singular idea of being a board game. There's a lot of shit going on with it as well. Does it want to be a video game with the Lore Master app, with all the things there? Then why isn't all this stuff resolved in the app? Why can't it just be a fucking lone wolf thing? You just say to me, hey, this is a lone wolf-like game where you have a character sheet, you're kind of managing all that. Cool, fine. You know what? Awesome. You make this a solo RPG, you're having a ball, you're having fun, it's easy to do. Cool. That's fine. Is it a tabletop game? Tabletop role-playing game like your D&Ds? No, it's not. Because you can't play it with another... You have to play it with their special dice. You have to play it with their special maps. You have to play it with their special app. You have to play it with all their special little toys. And ultimately, you don't really get that much decision-making. There's no enemies in the books. I don't think they're going to put enemies in the book because they want you to use Lore Master. If the Lore Master goes offline, here's the thing. Here's an interesting query for you. If Role Master goes offline, what happens to this game? Lore Master goes away. What happens? It's gone. The game ceases to exist. It's like it never existed at all. Gone. Erased. Eradicated. And if it's gone completely, 150 hours of content. Oh my goodness. It doesn't matter because I want to go left. And they only give me the option to go right. I'm just going to play something else. You want to know what here's the thing. You want the tabletop experience? You honestly want the tabletop experience when it comes to these kind of games? Why don't you play something like Divinity Original Sin 2, for example? Divinity Original Sin 2. You can play it with your friends. You can be a bunch of dumblefuck morons the entire time. And you're partying with your friends, you're moving around, you're interacting with the world a lot, and it's a ball. You know, I've never heard someone say they didn't like playing Divinity Original Sin 2 with their friends. This game exists. You got plenty of stuff to do. It looks a lot nicer. It plays a lot nicer. And let's play a little game here. Oh, wowie zowie, everybody. It's $18. It's 18 fucking bucks. And if you buy it for $18, not only can you play it by yourself, you can play it with your friends if they pick it up. If they pick it up, you can play with them, you can play with them. It's having a ball. You're having a ball, they're having a ball. Everything's great. You want more tactical... Hello, bro. Hi, hello. You want more, like, tactical combat or something? We got stuff. Phone calls. You want something maybe like a little bit more hardcore and a little bit down to earth. Why don't you just play Battle Brothers? Battle Brothers is an incredibly tactical game. You get a lot of content out of it, and you get to enjoy the dynamic story a lot more. Fuck, why not just play Mountain Blade if you want something like that? You get a lot more stuff out of it. You're getting a lot more entertainment out of this than playing a app-based role-playing game. My question is, why isn't this? I mean, hell, even things you get like Lone Wolf Adventure, like the Lone Wolf Adventure game, like Magmamund. You want to play Magmamund? Here's Lone Wolf. Your adventure begins here. Join a Lone Wolf Cup. Like you could just play this. Like, you can legitimately just play, like, right now. like the Lone Wolf game. Like you can do this. You can just play this. This is perfectly, perfectly, valid for you to do this. You've got a bunch of new things coming for it, and I believe there's even one way to play it completely online. I believe there is anyway. Like, yeah, you want to just play the game like right here? You want to buy the books? Cool. You could play it right now. I believe there's an online version, like Lone Wolf Adventure Game Online. Like Lone Wolf Saga. Yeah, you want to play like the Lone Wolf Saga? Like, yeah, you could do this. It's right here. And that's, I think, the ultimate problem of Pericle. That other games exist that do what it wants to do better, cheaper, easier, and more entertaining. I'm going to call it there. I get games sent to me. I traverse the grid of death. We all have fun. But of course, we have to go to our resident cock and ball torture session. Oh, wait, log me out again. Log me out again. I love it when it logs me out. Gotta keep going, gotta keep going, gotta keep going. Magic, newest tabletop games. All right, everybody, let's get gaming. Coffee-based card game. Napoleon's Conquest. All right. Board game. Board game. Yes. Like a card game, maybe? Not a Kickstarter for a game to be done. The game has been printed in limited quantities in France. The game's done. This isn't a Kickstarter, guys. It's a Euro game. Nope, go away. Commune, a tabletop role-playing game. That art looks really familiar, and like they don't own that. Urban Quest, STL. All right, let's do this. STL. The karate card game. Zoic. Dinosaurs. Save Yourself Plane Crash, an escape room game. D-Day Dice. The Red Dragon Inn. Okay, accessible games quarterly. That's cool. True to Vogue Chronicles. 75 miniatures on the market ever made. Ooh, cool. Akara, the Village of Omelette, Duck Quest Adventure. Duck Quest! Lady Vader. Why do you even post this? Really, what's the plan here, guys? Psychonaut. Zine devoted to psionics for 5th edition games, because 5th edition's the only game you ever need to play. Remember that, kids. Viva La Queer Bar. Space killing. All right. Okay. Let's keep going, everybody. We're having fun, right? GM-less, diceless art. No, we're not clicking on that. Competitive dungeon crawlers. Cool. The human skull. That's just a human skull. He's just going to send you a human fucking skull. Freshly harvested from his enemies. Cyberpunk fantasy RPG set in Neo Babylon. Okay. Ascension Tactics Inferno. $1 one shot. The Black Rabbit. How to run this. The Zine GM guide on how to run the system agnostic monster used in TTRPGs. The fuck? Claw of Saria, the amazing patent game dice collection. The Nani? I hate this, but I gotta learn. The monstrous heroes. Savage gotta go beyond mere humanoids. Wow. STLs are always STLs. We love 5e. We love 5e. Go look at Morkborg. Oh my god. If I were a lich, man, 3 Jewish games. Lucian, you can't keep doing this. Oh. Active debate clubs, friendly game nights, family Hebrew school. What? Jewish vampires, you say? Jewish undead monster abominations of God. Oh. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. I'm a good person. Oy vey goyim. He's done it. I've talked about the dreidel resolution system. Again, I'm trying to be a good little Jew that I have. I don't know why people have this weird obsession with calling my people, my proud kin, like, why like vampires and blood-sucking enemies of God? Like, why? He's done it. Yeah. Yeah, it's, I find it astounding. Lucian Khan is a beautiful human being, and I genuinely hope he gets hit by a car in the nicest way possible. 6-sided dice, D24, man, this is useless to me. This is useless to me. Unless it's the center system, what's the point? Neo Babylon. Fragging unicorns. Okie dokie, okay. Powerful magic. Okay, they've got the drip, everybody. They've got the drip. Communities eking out a better existence, rapidly train of envoys. 7 fantastic species. Oh, no. Dwarves, elves, goblins, humans, orcs. Yeti. Boring. Print and play game. I like print and plays. I think they're nice. I think they're interesting. Play now for free. Yeah, it looks like you're trying to like go through and like try to beat one another, and that could be kind of interesting. Under 1 million stars. Really incorporated small introductory game. You just need to kill things. Kill things in space. You know what? Shine on, brother. I'm gonna say, go get 'em, Tiger. Where are you from? You're from you're from Spain. We got some Spain gamers going on. I believe in you, Septa. Go get 'em, Tiger. Community. I don't think he owns this. Does he own? All right, we're doing it. Gothic horror role playing. All right, okay, we're doing it. Let's do this. System neutral TTRPG adventure. Now, Ravage Project STLs. Nope. D&D, system neutral adventures. It's 5e. Man, I love Wizards of the Coast. They can do no wrong, cause they're the ones we give all the fucking money to. Oh my god, I love it so much. I love sucking off Wizards of the Coast, cause they do nothing wrong. Oh my god. Bind the open source RPG. All right. Okay. We're Zampow Spark. sidekicks. All right. Yeah, we'll click on it. We'll click on it. Space dwarfs. And we've already been over some of these. Yeah, we've already been over these. So, Raven, what's this one about? Gothic horror, brand new RPG line from the Shadowlands game, inspired by the works of Edgar Allan Poe. Okay. What's the? Give me a rundown. Funding, produce a beautifully illustrated book. That's not a good start. Written by horror mystery narrative Daniel E.P. Espinoza. Spanish? Yeah, Spain. English and Spanish edition. Let's see. Aristocratic, members of the aristocratic Corvus family. Lord Poe Corvus. Get it, everybody? Lord Poe Corvus. God fucking damn it. Treacherous occupation to your family. There are cursed poets, tormented necromancers, summoners. Family mansion is big. What do you do in Raven? The rules. The Maelstrom system. What the fuck is the Maelstrom system? You don't play when you play to enjoy this tenebrous world. Let's see. Lore of Raven, played by Murky Threats, Ravens and Cats. Spectral beings. The Corvus Mansion. Get it? Because we're Edgar Allan Poe. Do you understand yet that I'm Edgar Allan Poe? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That looks... 10 custom painted die. Oh, Maelstrom TTRPG system. Let's... Maelstrom. Is this it? I don't think this is it. It'd be kind of weird if it was. Like... Yeah, I don't think that's it. I don't think that has to be it. Like... A new playable character profile. Ew. I'm sensing playbooks. What system art? Like, this is the Maelstrom. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck the Maelstrom system is. Javier. Shadowlands game. I wonder if this is one of their games. Role-playing game developer and studio. Just live the adventure, play RPG. Shadowlands. Coming soon. Yeah, that's a... I guess... I wonder if do they have something? Has any of you ever heard of the Maelstrom system before? I've never heard of it before. Might be out there. I don't know. I don't think. Let's actually. When in doubt. I will ask here. Hang on. You haven't heard of them. I don't know what the fuck, like. Quick, satisfactory scene twist always leads something interesting. Yeah, so I'm assuming that the idea is that things are always going wrong. Like, good number, grabbing number Corvus, favorable, but then you're just like, you missed die. So I'm assuming it's like, like you're building up a dice pool, you roll and see how many successes or like problems that kind of build from it. Okay, I mean, that's interesting that I don't know where it's gonna go. Home, where players roll up a character, interpret their attributes, purchase a few skills, generally within 15 minutes of starting. Oh wow, look at everybody. It's goodbye. Hippocrates, superstar hero. Then there's you, the seedless sidekicks, not the only one smiling, but can't be the one actually getting stuff done. Blast chicken. Yeah, like, seems interesting. Amazing quest. I love games. Bound down in the ring of fire. Dark fantasy role-playing. We're on itch.io, everyone. Got my power fist and hitting my dick with it. Let's go. Let's see, is there anything? Close combat survival horror TRPG. Looks like it's a one-shot game. Give me something. Nuclear Knights. Alright, looks kind of interesting. Masks playbook. Is there a reason why Masks is coming back recently? I find that kind of interesting. Let's see. Bog of the Worm Queen. Bog of the Worm Queen. A night at the operatic equestrian scene. Oh no. There's no cocklight horse. I'm in the shock. Do we have anything else exciting in here? Escape this podcast. There's another. Oh, there's something like Scoundrel of the Galaxy TTRPG. Oh. Fishblade. Remember, that was the joke. Stardust and Crusaders. Get it? It's lasers and feelings. Oh my god. Fucking genius. Holy shit. God, fucking. Truly, we live in a society. Yeah, not really seen anything super new. Yeah, not seeing anything like, wow, this looks new and exciting and awesome. No, I'm not really seeing any of that. Soy markets. I just realized it's called fucking soy markets. Oh, cyber crack. Oh boy. Hey guys, do you wanna oh, could you have named it anything better? Is this like tongue in cheek? Fantasy, cyberpunk, mercenaries, crooks, schemers. Oh god. Soy runners. Con Robin, slay your way. Oh god. Be strong, expertise, pull an ass pull. Well, I mean, I always need more for the in the nightmare. Oh boy. Exiles. Okay. Let's see what this dark fairy tale, heartfelt and deadly, hand-drawn inventory. The fuck is a hand-drawn inventory? The play kit. Oh. Play kits. This layout. No. Nuclear Knights. Cool. Have a narrative heavy action TTRPG. Oh no. Including Fate, Authority, Stress, 12 varied and diverse class to choose from. Wowie zowie, it's amazing how little you can turn me off something that fast. So, that's pretty much it. Hopefully everyone had a good time. A little bit shorter than usual today, but I didn't actually have that many games to go over. Generally speaking, I always find it fascinating anytime I get sent things, because it's either people don't realize what I do, or people just think that I'm just going to be positive because they sent me something for free. I try to look at things, I nitpick when you send me something that's paid for. I'm friendly to things that aren't paid for. I'm much friendlier, I'm much kinder to things. But generally, when I find something that I want to talk about, I'm going to talk about it. And I'm usually not going to be the nicest about it, simply because you're charging people money for this. And that's not fair if you're giving someone a subpar product. That's kind of the end of things. My name is Notepad Anon, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. But before we end this off on, I may as well do some work, because I excel when I get to do work with the boys here, and the few of you remaining still get to participate if so need be. Let's just jack this up a little bit here. Let's see. Let's see who got license to game. You're done. We technically did the yeah case. So no, we always need to put in. You know what? No, we're not gonna do yeah this. So we've got the super curious case. So that would be. We just have to plug these in by themselves a little bit. They get a little bit wonky. If I do Usually the first few you can get away with just doing this. When it starts getting down lower, you have to do a little thing like, oh, key cap 5 or like cap 11 or shit like that. It's good. But this is the fun part, right? 6, 7, 8. Okay, so with those done, let's do a little bit of a review, everybody. Let's talk about what games are available in my thing. A little bit important here. Let's see what cases could we add in. Let's see, we've got the Riddle of Steel. The Riddle of Steel is in there. I'm feeling pretty good about that one. Technically, we could do another generic case. We could. I've got now Guide to the Universe, Magenta, EABA, and the Action 321 Action Core. Don't know about that one. Don't know if I should add that one. And I'm not feeling too super happy. I don't have any TG games, unfortunately. I just have Time Wizards, but I might need to do Time Wizards by itself. Can I justify doing 2? You know what? I think I can do, Oorah! There we go. Then we do the curious case of Oorah! 2. We do Guns of the Patriots. Let's see. We're going to put in Contact, Tactical Alien Defense, because I think going over that one will be fun. ECU, Eldritch Care Unit. Doesn't look like it's strictly a military game, but talking about it could be interesting. Also put in Army Ants. This is gonna be, it's gonna be +1, and it's gonna be 1 more, and this will either be Patrol or Twilight 2000. I am leaning toward Patrol because Patrol's got a little bit more going on with it. It kind of depends on what people are looking for in that regard, because Twilight 2000's a fascinating game in its own right. So going over that one wouldn't be terribly remiss. Do we have any more of the Japanese RPGs? Not really. We don't really have that many other Japanese RPGs. Do we have any Mahou Shoujo games? Not really. Do we have any mecha games? Really? We have like 1. We have like 1 game. We have another meme. We don't really have any more meme games. That's kind of a lost cause in that regard. We can do, let's see, do we have any in franchise games? Technically, we could try to do, we could try the Pokemon case next month. We could attempt it. I'm not feeling too confident about it. Hang on. Let's see, we've got one, two, we got a few of the, I'm not feeling confident on that one. That one's a little bit funky. Wonky. Here's Case of Third Impact, Art Punk RPG. Technically, we can do Art Punk. Don't have anything for Cyberpunk anymore. Ancient Case of Stone Age games. We do have Stone. I guess we can try to do. I think we have Stone Age games. No, we already have Elder Eras. I don't want to go over a second one. I don't think that would be entirely appropriate. Let's see. Do we got anything fun and exciting? We could technically. No. No. Technically, we can go over light games. Light games are always. I think light games are already on there. Yeah, light games are always on there. Those games are like 2 pages a piece, so it's like going over them would be pretty simple. Let's see. Is there anything else that's kind of missing? If we were to do a chaos stream, like, let's let me just double check some of these games. Interstitium. One is this one. Inspirals. Lock the Fifth and Spine. Yeah, we can do something like that. Let's see. Inspirals, Gubat Banwa. Always important. Let me see. Do we have any case that needs to be a chaos stream? Where are you? Notepads folder of misery. I live in a society. I'm a fool. I know nothing. See, this is one of those things where I keep I have like a few cases that I just need to be done, and I haven't really been able to like refill some of these just because I've been so stuck on other cases. So it's been kind of like kind of going through all of these and being like a little bit behind on some things. Some of them I'm not behind on, so let's see. Do we have any that are completely fucky wucky? We could attempt to go over Lumen games, but I don't like Lumen, so that wouldn't be fun for me. That wouldn't be fun for me, you, or anybody else involved, now would it? Wink, wink, wink. Let's see. Is there anything else that I'm really looking for here? Anything else that I'm really... Let's see, what other games have been... Why must you taunt so? Because I am an engine filled of nothingness. I have the soul of an emperor. Let's see. So yeah, let's see, we have 9 cases. That should be good. We can probably fill up a few more of these because, like, to give you an idea, I have a folder literally called Notepads Folder of Misery, filled with just random fucking games that I have just collected over time that don't really have a good home. You know what? Where would I put Eclipse Phase? I mean, I really don't know. This is Eclipse Phase. I don't know where to put Eclipse Phase. That's the question. There's a few places that I could put a Quick Phase. Eclipse Phase 2nd edition. There's a few places I could put Eclipse Phase, but I don't know where I would want to put them. That's the question. Where do you put Eclipse Phase? The answer is I don't know. I have no fucking clue where I would put Eclipse Phase. Because, let's see, we have Superheroes, Child Safety Cap, Elder Eras, Radical Case of the Apocalypse, which doesn't usually do very well. For Light Games, Riddle of Steel, PBTA, Modern, Rootin' Tootin' Case, and Ura 2, Guns of the Patriots. Let's see, is there anything else that are really out there that's kind of weird to talk about? Just give it a micro case. It should be. It honestly, I could probably justify it as a micro case. But it's also like, do I want to put it with something else? Do I want to, like, how do I pair it up with things? But like an actual micro case, not the 6-hour cut. My brother in Christ, that is micro cases. It is 6 hours long. When you don't like my 6-hour diatribes on game design? Come on, that's half the fun. Eclipse phase is big enough that it would be longer. It would probably be minimum 4 hours. Because I would go through every single aspect of Eclipse phase. Eclipse phase is like small. Actually, you know what? You know what we could do? We could do a double. We can do a double or nothing if we wanted to. We could, because we can go over Degenesis as well. Fuck, where do you put Degen? Oh god, my eyes. Like, where do you even put Degenesis? That's a question. Fuck. Yeah, technically you could. Yeah, you want to buy the entire, you want to get the entirety of Degenesis. You can get it for free effectively. Yeah, I don't know where I'd put Degenesis. Degenesis is another one of those games, like, I have no idea where to put you. Like, let's see, we've got Gubat Banwa. I want to go over Gubat Banwa. I don't know where to put it though. Cryptomancer, I believe that's good enough to talk about. You know what? I'm gonna put these. If I put these ones up, I should be happy with almost all of these, with some way or another. Those are Remalta sent to review 4 hours. Notepad reviews, Clips face 4 hour. Big thunk. To be fair, Pericle is a grand total of 80 pages. Pericle is 80 pages, and I rant about it half the time. Flabbergasted is 80 pages, and it's very simple, where half the book isn't actually mechanics. The other one was literally 4 fucking pages. To give you an idea, Eclipse Phase is double the size of each of those minimum. Like, combined, it's double the size, easy. And it's full of weird shit, and so it's kind of like going over those games, like, okay, how do I want to do this? But yeah, if I'm feeling it, I've been thinking about, like, what other case to do recently, because it's like one of those things, like, I like going over, like, giving a theme to each case. That's usually my goal. It's like, how can I do a theme to a case? Do we have any, like, comments talking about, like, thank you very much, Mr. Zilla. Do we have any, like, yeah, it's one of those games, like, it's kind of hard to, like, go over, like, I'll Perkele to Perkele, even though you watched the video where they said Pericle. Yeah, Pericle, Pericle, you know, Pericle. Yeah, it's Perkele. That's all I want. That's all I pronounce it as. That's all I give a shit about. I'm an American. I can say however I'm American. I can do whatever I fucking want. I believe in the English language. But yeah, no, I'll probably call it there. I'll post this here. Feeling pretty good. And the thing is, even if it doesn't win, even if one, like, oh, it didn't win, that just is going to encourage people to more accurately do what they want. So, feeling pretty good about this. Is there any cases that is pressing matters? Is someone like, I really need this case to be done? Because, like, I should go over, like, just the amount of, because I have games like Dominion rules. I got no fucking clue where I'm gonna put fucking Dominion rules, okay? I got no clue. And usually when it's kind of like a micro case, it's something, I want to talk about something bigger with it, or it's kind of an interesting thing to talk about in general. No idea where to put that one. Where was the other one? Gubat Banwa I have no idea where to put it. That's one of the issues here. Just no idea where to fucking put this game. It's 400 pages long, by the way, even though I damn well know it's not going to be 400 pages. Yeah, no idea where to put that one. I have had fucking Imp the Perverse forever. I've had this game forever, and I have no clue where to put it. That has been consistently consistently that has been the if you go to the Pole Town Notepad's collection, random games without a good home, that has been consistently in there, and usually I try to find a theme for them. Make a case called Notepad the Streaming. It's been consistently a place where I put games that don't really have a good place. It's usually very popular and usually gets in. Even then, I like try to have a theme for those cases. Even if they're not like a very like super mega cool thing. That's where the Square case came from. Like, it's just a bunch of games that are Square. That's it. So, yeah, no, this should be good enough. I'm not going to put in one of those cases. I'm not going to put in one of those cases because I want to get some of these other cases done. So that should be fine. Let's see what's going on for the rest of the week. No stream tomorrow, oh, goodness gracious, my fucking bones. No stream tomorrow, most likely. I might do something, I might not, depends on how I'm feeling. Dealing how it's going to be the end of the month, it gets a little bit more awkward, but I will kind of play it by ear next week. I don't really know what games, what the videos are going to be. I might do a classroom, I might not. I said I was going to do one, I just kind of keep going back and forth on how I want to do that one. So it's like, do I want to do a classroom? Do I just want to do a little opinion? I don't really know. If I do a classroom, it'll probably be on Clicky Clacks and probably be on dice because I like talking about dice. Because math autism is fun. But yeah, things are going pretty strong. Things are going well. Hope you all had a fun time. If you didn't, you can watch the VOD, which I lose my mind about a game called Pericle. Pericle. Yeah, well, generally speaking, things are going pretty smoothly. These are what's going to be on there, so make sure to vote right away after this case, or maybe not. I don't really know. Yeah. Video stream next week, probably not. We probably are going to start on dewonging Ume and Mizume. That's going to be my goal anyway, is we're going to start doing on that. I need to get Sang's, what I legitimately need to do is I need to get the things that Sang was working on so I can just take those and just make my life a lot easier. Because that one's going to be another book translation over a website translation, so there's a different process I need to go through it. But yeah, no, that's kind of the goal for next week. If you have any case suggestions, feel free to tell me actually about them, and I will do my best to accommodate. So, thank you, Godspeed, good luck. I will see you all on the other side.